is deemed necessary to develop a biodiversity clinic in the Southeast Asia as form of environmental handling and rehabilitation. Yeah. This hybrid webinar aims to introduce and disseminate study results related to the biodiversity clinic, create a network of experts related to the biodiversity clinic, develop to the biodiversity clinic design, maintaining the sustainability. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, we would like to say thank you to all resource persons, the community, and others who collaborate in this regional workshop. I believe that by working hard, working smart, and working sensibly, we can realize what we aspire to in the biodiversity educational. Please enjoy this regional or webinar workshop, and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm sorry, sir, can you officially open the webinar?
Yeah. By officially state Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this webinar using hybrid platform, officially I open. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Zlam Chamiran, our director. Ladies and gentlemen, and also I want to say welcome and thank you for joining to our affiliate scientist, Dr. Supriyanto, and also our moderator from MSU, Dr. Evelyn, our former Deputy Director for Program of CMEO Biotrom. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming remarks from webinar coordinator, Ms. Risa Rosita. She is a head section of Environmental Technology and Security of CMEO Biotrom to deliver her remarks and introduce the Biodiversity Clinic program. Okay, Mbak Icha, please.
Thank you to our MC. Good morning to everyone. The Honorable Director of CMEO Biotrom, Deputy Director of CMEO Biotrom, managers, head of sections, affiliate scientists, staffs, our distinguished research persons, Professor Abdul Munif from Bogor Agricultural University, and also he is one of our affiliate scientists in CMEO Biotrom, Dr. Nik Ahmad Irwan Izauddin Nikhem from University Sains Malaysia, USM, other research persons from CMEO Biotrom, Indonesian Oil Palm Research Institute, and PT Pupuk Kaltim. Dr. Evelyn Phoebe Cas as our moderator from Mindanao State University, Philippines, other moderators and participants from various countries. It is indeed a great pleasure for me and honor to be here on the occasion of the official opening of the talk series on Biodiversity Clinic for our sustainable life. This event will be held in a hybrid manner through the online Zoom platform and face-to-face at Jati Room CMEO Biotrom on 27 June 2023. This webinar was attended by more than 111 participants from Indonesia, Cambodia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. The participants are 8% come from governance, 10% from private companies, 40% from schools, and 40% universities. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that biodiversity plays a very important and vital role in ensuring our sustainable life. Biodiversity has benefits for economic, social, and environmental interests. If the three benefits are obtained, an increase in human life standards is achieved. One of what CMEO Biotrom wants to do is to build a biodiversity clinic, BIONIC online, to assist schools and communities in providing diagnosis and management advice regarding pest and disease control issues, especially those in their gardens. The preparation of BIONIC Online, of course, will involve experts related to bionic activities from university, the government, and the private sector to ensure the continuity of bionic later. There are some of Biotrop's research studies that have been carried out and are carrying out related to the development of Bionic Online are studies on organic pesticides, biological fertilizer, pest management, study on weeds and alien invasive plants, and also natural products such as essential oils. We know that the dream to have Bionic Online is not easy to achieve. Still, we need to support and enroll from other stakeholders in Southeast Asia to complement the existing expertise at Seameo Biotrop. There will be several objectives to be achieved in this webinar are introducing and disseminating study results from our stakeholders that relate to biodiversity clinic BIONIC, creating a network of experts related to biodiversity clinic, developing the biodiversity clinic design in maintaining life sustainability. On the other hand, a result in this regional webinar is to gain input from participants in ASEAN countries regarding the design of biodiversity clinic BIONIC Online. On the occasion, I also want to promote our fourth International Conference on Tropical Biology, ICTB, which will be conducted on 25 up to 26 October this year. We are still opening the call for abstracts until 22 July. Detailed information could be found on our website in ictb.biotrop.org. So, as the coordinator of the webinar, would like to express my deep gratitude to all research persons, the committee, and others who collaborate in the regional webinar. Your input, ideas, and discussion are precious for us. This webinar would not have been successful without them. Hopefully, this webinar can be usable for all of us. Please enjoy this program and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mbak Icha, for introducing and promoting Biotrop activities and also detail of the Bionic program. So I just when you said Bionic, I imagine some kind of robot actually, but it's not. But of course it's not. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, moving right along with the next agenda, may we invite all of you to have a group picture. Please, we will have the group picture in front of this room. And please, for the online participants, to turn on your camera. Kang Asep,
Yang di
mau
sini mau berdiri atau
ya.
gimana? Ayo.
Tambah kursi 2, Pak Agus, punten, buat Pak Pri sama Pak Supri. Dan minta tolong Mas Indra untuk for taking the picture in online participant. Prof Supri atau Bu Wiwit sini, Bu Wiwit, jadi cewek cowok.
Ada 100 ya.
Monggo Bu. Monggo. Ayo adik-adik semuanya, Mas Mbaknya. Perguruan tingginya aja yang harus ngomong. Mas Haris, ayo Mas Haris. Ayo, monggo. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the photo group session it's conclude our opening ceremony program in this regional webinar. And for the next agenda, we will start at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Yes. Okay, we still have time. Baicha, we still have 1 hour. I mean, nggak apa-apa, tetap start jam 10. Coffee break 30 menit. Okay, we will start the next session 9:30. Please, for the online participant, please join still in the Zoom, and we will start the next session at 10:30. Oh no, sorry, 9:30 a.m. We will have coffee break first, Prof. We will have. Okay, please, please. Okay, we will have coffee break. And Mas Indra, can you play any videos of Simeo Biotrop? Okay, thank you.
Our Earth is faced with environmental losses and damages, plant pests and diseases, breaking of the food chains, floods, and long droughts. Within our journey of more than 50 years, Simeo Biotrop is committed to consistently and continuously maintain its contribution and supports in sustainably managing and conserving the biodiversity and environment in Southeast Asia. We have great dreams, strong hopes, knowledge and capabilities to fulfill our vision. We have prominent extraordinary expertise to be the legacy for the future generation.
Regional Center for Tropical Biology is one of 26 regional centers under the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, SIMEO, located in Bogor, West Java, Indonesia. SIMEO Biotrop, that was established on the 6th of February 1968, aims to promote regional cooperation to address tropical biology issues in the Southeast Asia. Governing Board is the highest body in the center's organizational structure. The rector of IPB University has a privilege to serve as SIMEO Biotrop Governing Board member from Indonesia. Tropical biology issues develop dynamically through three main mandates, namely research, trainings, and information dissemination. SIMEO Biotrop conducts its programs and activities to contribute significantly in addressing those issues. Program on School Fruit Garden for Education, Production, Genetic Conservation and Entrepreneurship in Agriculture Vocational Senior High Schools in Indonesia, SMARTY, and Program of SIMEO Biotrop to support the vocational schools revitalization. Simio Biotrop is supported by prominent experts in implementing its programs and activities. Products as the outputs of Simio Biotrop's program implementation. Simio Biotrops its international networks, linkages and various beneficiaries. Simio Biotrops is equipped with quality facilities in conducting its activities. We place our hearts for Simio Biotrop.
Greetings from Simio Biotrop. We will take you to Biotrop campus, located at Jalan Raya Tajun, Bogor, West Java, Indonesia.
As the community learning park, Simio Biotrop is equipped with 14 research laboratories, as well as greenhouses and research fields.
to Siamio Biotrop. We know that over 50 years, Siamio Biotrop has contributed to address tropical biodiversity issues in the Southeast Asia and beyond through research, capacity building development, and publication. We envision to be a leading center in promoting and enhancing the real values to tropical biology in Southeast Asia.
Hydroponic and aquaponic units.
Tissue culture laboratory. Animal marking culture. Phytopathology laboratory. Diagnostic Laboratory.
Entomology Laboratory. Aquatic Laboratory. Biotechnology Laboratory. Air and Water Testing Laboratory. Herbarium. Biosystem and Landscape Management Laboratory. Natural Product Laboratory.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will start our first section in the near future, in the few minutes. Before we start our first section, I will introduce our respected moderators. Mas Indra, can you show the CV of Dr. Supriyanto? Okay, before we start our the next section, this regional webinar will be divided into 3 sections and 1 session for focus group discussion. The first section will be the moderator will be Dr. Supriyanto, with and the second section will be the moderator will be Dr. Evelyn Bikas from Mindanao State University, the Philippines. The third section will be Ms. Risa Rosita, the head section of Environmental Technology and Security section. And the fourth section is focus group discussion. Okay, without further ado, the CV of the Dr. Supriyanto. He is very respected and senior in CMEO Biotrop, with long history about the silviculture, mycorrhiza, sorghum development, and sorghum, what do we call it? The essential oil, and Pak Pri also grow sacha inchi with the high omega-3 and 6 or 9, Prof. I forgot. Okay. The nationality of Dr. Supri is Indonesian, of course, and now his affiliation is as a senior scientist and also as a affiliate scientist in CMEO Biotrop. And for those of you who want to contact him by email, you can go to by email at supriyanto@biotrop.org or by phone number and 0811110214. And he graduated for bachelor and master degree from Faculty of Forestry in Gajah Mada University for bachelor or engineering in 1981. I haven't born at that time, so and for doctoral degree from Faculty of Science, Nancy University, France, in 1989. I just born in I just 1 year old, and Pavi already graduated for doctoral degree. And the next, Mas Indra. And for research activity, Pak Pri or Dr. Supriyanto focus on essential oil from various plants for aromatherapy, perfume, and beauty. Aloe wood or gaharu induction using bioenzyme technology, and genetic improvement of sorghum for wine, and now become the I think for bioethanol for aeroplane. I don't know, maybe Pak Pri will explore more, and sacha inchi as functional foods. It's very interesting to see and to discuss about all of this research activity with Dr. Supriyanto. And also he is active as a reviewer or editor in several journal Penelitian Hutan Tanaman, Badan Penelitian dan Pengembangan Kehutanan. It's a little bit difficult to change to change from English to bahasa. Jurnal Penelitian Hutan dan Konservasi Alam, Badan Penelitian dan Pengembangan Kehutanan, Jurnal Silvicultura Tropika, Fakultas Kehutanan IPB University, dan Jurnal Wallacea or Wallacea. I maybe Prof. Supriyanto will give more explain about it. Okay, he also very active to write a journal. Can you move the next slide, Mas Indra? This is the top 5 publication, the latest publication from the Dr. Supriyanto, and the latest one about the the effect of cultivation condition of sacha inchi, seed production and oil quality in agronomy 2022 in MDPI agronomy. It's Q1 journal. It's very prestigious. Can we have a big applause for Dr. Supriyanto? Now may we invite Dr. Supriyanto to sit in front. Please. Okay, I will give the stage to Dr. Supriyanto. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to the organizing committee for giving me the chance to be the moderator for this morning. I do hope that today I will be moderate enough to lead this session. Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that biodiversity is our concern since quite long time ago. Yeah, without diversity, without biodiversity, we cannot live. See, from our needs for our food, for our living materials, mostly are coming from the biodiversity. And tropical biodiversity, as Indonesian biodiversity, say for example, because we are located in the tropical countries, the fact we have a lot of living materials in Indonesia and other countries, which is call it as biodiversity. As the islands countries, I do believe that it is clear that Indonesia has become one of the mega biodiversity countries. Yeah. And now we are facing to the new problems about the global climate change. The fact that based on the Paris Agreement, Indonesia has to commit with the national determined commitment, yeah, and on until 2030 that we have to keep our temperature not increase than 1 centigrade, yeah, and now global warming is become the not only national but also international problem. The most important one that the biodiversity is become one of the important things to make the resiliencies in our life, and we have to keep it in sustainable way. Biodiversity clinics today that we would like to discuss, or we call it BIONIC, for sustainable life. It is very important because all the biodiversity in the world must be studied in deeper for having the what we call the real value of tropical biology. Some of them are still not known yet about their uses, yeah, about their use for our life. Therefore, today we have the opportunities to discuss about the possibility to make a network between among the institutions and among the countries for developing a network on biodiversity clinics for our sustainable life. So this morning we would like to make an exchange with all the experts in our countries and also from Malaysia and as well as from the Philippines to this. We can discuss in more detail. And it is an honor for us that today we have some resource person, which is they are also the very prominent scientists. And this morning I would like to lead about the discussion with Dr. Nick Ahmad Iwan Izanuddin Nick Him from University of Science Malaysia, and the title will be Implementation of Integrated Pest Management. After your presentation be followed with discussion, and then later on we will have also the second topic on basic principle, concept and application of the plant and disease control by Professor Dr. Abdul Munif from Bogor Agriculture University. And now we would like to would like to introduce our guest from Malaysia. Name is Dr. Nick Ahmad. He was born in Kota Baru, 24 May in 1980. I was born on 10 May. It's quite the same stars.
The same one.
Yeah. Okay, just different years. And that's his address from School Biological Science, University of Science, Malaysia, Penang, and then nationality Malaysia. And I would like also the position is a senior lecturer, okay, and they would like to contact his position using, you can use the email here. And then the experience and achievement, there's a lot of things that very nice. 12 years of teaching and research experience. Research interest on parasitology, arachnology, and entomology, and currently assigned as a program chairman of agrobiology, entomology, and parasitology at the School of Biological Science, University of Science of Malaysia. It is very nice because you know that in principle that there is some important thing to be discussed today, how to control the pest and disease in an sustainable way. Isn't it, Dr. Nick?
Okay.
Yeah. So, I would like to give you the opportunities to present your paper. This is Dr. Nick. Please, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Suprianto. Hopefully all of you can see my PowerPoint slide. So everyone is okay with the PowerPoint, with the slide?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, Assalamualaikum and very good morning to everyone. And first of all, I would like to say thank you to Simeo Biotrop for inviting me here today to be a part of the program. And I'm very thankful and the honors to be here this morning. And at first, when I was asked by Madam Rosie to be one of the resource person for the presentation today, I was quite scared because basically this is not really my my field of study or research. However, I keep this as a challenge to myself. And today I would like to talk about implementation of IPM. So basically, I'm going to look on other aspect on the overcoming challenge and also future prospect of IPM, basically in our region, especially in Malaysia, also in Indonesia, in Southeast Asia region. Okay. So first of all, my name is Dr. Nick, and I'm currently the program chairman for agrobiology, entomology, and parasitology at School of Biological Sciences, UCSI Malaysia. And then in Bio School, basically we are kind of diverse group of research that been done in our school. We have basically 7 programs for 7 different programs, and one of the program is under my supervision, I will say, agrobiology, where we focus more on the pest control, on the plant disease, and then some of the plant tissue cultures. And then for the entomology, where we focus for more on the insect pest management, the IPM itself, some of the things that involve insect control. For example, for the medical entomology, we have a study been done on the mosquito as well. And as for myself and the other lecturer, we also involved in parasitologies, basically more on the ruminant parasite infection that occur in Malaysia. Okay, so that's a little bit on introduction of myself. Okay, so let me proceed to the presentation today. Okay, so basically for the IPM or integrated pest management, basically they are normally a sustainable approach to manage pests by combination of the physical here. Okay, physical, biology, chemical, and also cultural system. In other way, to reduce or to minimize the impact on the economy, health, and also environmental risk to human, to environment, and also to the animal itself. However, throughout the history, human has been developed practices to protect their food source from the pests, and then this has been date as far as 2500 BC. When the ancient Sumerian, they use sulfur compound to control the insect that attack or to protect them their food from the attack of the insect, the pest storage. And then since then, the control technique have been developed significantly and make necessary by changing in the farming practices as well. By, for example, we have a system for the block cropping, and then the selection of the varieties for the crops, the growing movement of the food and trade, as well as the recently what have been spoken by Dr. Supriyanto regarding the climate change, where they impact not only Southeast Asia, but it's globally impact not only in agriculture system, but also in human health as well. All these factors has encouraged the widespread and more rapid colonization of the pest. Okay, with the change of the climate, it provides a better condition for the pest to survive, and at the same time also give some pressure to human or industry to control the colonization of the pest. And then concurrently, this advancement in the pest control has enabled farmers to increase yield and simplify the cropping system, where they contribute to the highest yield and safe and high quality of the product. And then, yes.
Please, for having a full screen, could you click the three dot in the under your slides? Yeah.
Can you see?
Thank you
Okay.
very much. Yes.
Okay. 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 And then since then, the IPM have been proven a quite successful approach to control the pest, especially in the Malaysia scenario. And then, so today, the presentation, basically I focus more on the challenge that encountered during the implementation of the IPM and the promising prospect of this continuous program. So hopefully by the end of the day, we might going to see some of the idea on how IPM can be implemented, what type of the challenge that be faced by the farmers and also by the industry, and how to overcome this obstacle. And basically might be going to set a standard for the bright future in Malaysia agriculture. Okay, so next, based on their WHO International Code on Conduct and Pesticide, they define pesticide management, or the IPM, as the careful consideration of all available pest control technique and the integration of the measurement or measure that discourage the development of the pest population. And at the same time, they keep the pest population and the pesticide at the low level, so that we just only need intervention to the level when we really require them to be implemented. So that's how they can reduce the risk of the to the human and also to the environment. In the simple word, we try to integrate all the available method carefully with the use of the pesticide and other control method when we just require them. Okay, not all the time we want to use them. Okay, at the same time, at the end of the program, we try to minimize the risk and also the risk to the human health and also environment. Okay, to complete the IPM program, basically they required to have this process. Okay, should be able to have this process. First, we need to have the biological knowledge. Okay, so biological knowledge is very important if we try to use biological control as a part of the IPM program. First, we need to know what the biology of the pest that we want to control. We also need to know the predator or the natural enemy of the pest that we will control, and also we also need to know about the control agent that we want to bring to that particular area. This is play an important role because we don't want to see the failure of the program at the end of the implementation process. And then we also need to have monitoring and inspection process as well. This can be done normally before or during implementation and after implementation. It should be continuously been done all the time so that we know whether our program is successful or fail. And then we also need to know about when we want to act to control the pest, when it's necessary. And again, for this process, it relate to the monitoring and inspection of the program that implement during the process. Okay, so we only add when we need to apply the pesticide or the treatment to the plant. So we try to avoid using unnecessary treatment to the plant. And then we know that we have a lot of options that are available, whether we can use chemical control, we can use biological control, cultural control, or maybe physical control. But we need to take a look and study a little bit to choose less risk option that are available. And this list risk option basically depend on many factors. For example, type of the crop that you want to plant, okay, type of the pest that you want to control, and then it also depends on the geographic location of the plant station itself. So this need to be taken into consideration when we try to plan for the IPM. And then we also need to know for our IPM program, we also need to know that, or supposedly it should be long-term for the preventive practices. Okay, we don't want just a short-term solution for the problem that occur in one particular plant station. We want it to be long-term so that we can save time, save the cost to run the plant station. At the same time, we want to reduce the use of the pesticide. And then evaluation and record is related to the monitoring and inspection, where at the end of the day, after you implement your program to that one particular plant station, so we need to evaluate whether the thing or the program that we implement in that particular area success or not. Okay, so this is very important because it can be a future references for the other program if you want to carry out the others program at the same place or maybe at another place. And we need to remember that the successful of the IPM program highly depend on diverse factor as well. Like I mentioned earlier, the type of the crops, the type of the pest that you will control, and type of the method they choose. And then one of the important thing that we need to remember that we need to have the pesticide management. So here is very important because we deal with the chemical compound, where we know that pesticide contain all those ingredients to kill all the pests, sometimes to kill all the weed, and then all those things, which is also might have a risk to the to human and to the animal as well. So we need to have a pesticide management when we want to apply the pesticide, which is the suitable time for to applying or the implementation. And then at the end of the day, we need to have a plan for continual improvement. Let's say we already have the plan, and then we already execute the plan, and we see a good result, positive result from the program that we have applied. And then we need to assess again whether we want to continue the program or we want to improve the program, so to make sure that the program is much more better as compared to previous program that be implement. So all this process is going to give you what I call known as the complete IPM program for the location that we choose where you want to do the implementation. And again, it highly depends on many factors as well. Okay, so what is the challenge that been faced? Okay, we have a lot of challenge when we try to implement IPM. Basically, this is based on the reading and based on the research have been done in Malaysia and also in other places in the world regarding the implementation of the IPM. So basically, it's come into a 4 or 3 main factors or the challenge. Later on, we go through one by one. Okay, and for example, the other challenge that we have is maybe relate to the education. Okay, education and awareness. As we all know that one of the primary challenge, this is based in Malaysia scenario, is about the limited awareness and understanding amongst the farmers and stakeholders. And to overcome this, normally what we do is some of the company they have a program, extensive awareness campaign. They give the training and a knowledge sharing platform were established amongst the industry in Malaysia, and that this been shared among the farmers as well and their workers. And in this effort, normally they emphasize the benefit on the IPM and then showcasing successful case study, and they highlight the economic and environment advantage of sustainable pest control practices if all the program been done in one particular region or in the plant station. For example, relate to the pest identification and monitoring, right? So most of the workers or maybe the farmers, they do not know type of that insect, right? The name of that insect, the scientific name, the life cycle of that insect. And then, however, this can be a challenge, by sharing the knowledge from the research study been done, or maybe through the development of the pest identification guides, and they also provide training to the farmers, going to help their understanding, and then assist farmers in the implementing of the IPM result. And this also can be given the awareness the campaign to the children of the farmers as well, so that they can become the scout when they go to the particular area or in the farm or the plantation. They saw this, okay, this tree, they have a lot of for example, the bad mouth, and then we can record the numbers of them. Then the first thing is they need to know what type of the species, and this can be done through education and more training. Okay, the other challenge that we face for the IPN is relate to the technical support and research. Okay, so access to resource and technical support basically relate to the accessibility to the IPM agent and the tool. Okay, and then some of the the farmers, basically they know about the IPM practices, however, they do not have access to the tool. For example, they do not have access to the biological control agent. They maybe do not have access to the pheromone trap and others IPM tool. So in this case, it's good to have a collaboration between research institute, government agency, and also private industry by giving the technical support. Okay, and then this is going to help assist farmers in understanding and also to help them to understand more on how the implementation of the IPM strategy, which is kind of effectively. Okay, some example that have been done in Malaysia, that is by Malaysia Palm Oil Board. So basically, this relate to the use of the machine. So they conduct Khusus Operator Mekanisasi Ladang, or COM. So basically, this purposely for the training, so that they have the skill to operate machine and the equipment. This is also important when the implement of the IPN inside. A part of the support system for the IPN, they require the use of machine. Okay, and then this is one way on how the industry, palm oil industry, to reduce the dependence on the foreign labor source by giving the training. And then this has been done in Kerantong, Pahang. Okay, the next one is the challenge that we face is farmer empowerment. Okay, so for the farmer empowerment, the farmers need to adopt the IPM practices and overcome the resistance to change, because some people or some farmers, they quietly hard to change the approach or to control the pest. What they know is they just want to use pesticide and spray or use it all over again, even though the abundance of the pest is not that high, but still they want to use the pesticide, which is again is an unnecessary thing has been done. At the same time, also expose the environment and also increase the risk to human health and animal. Okay, in this case, what happened, we can do is we can consider to have an alternative pest management method, can do by demonstration and participatory approaches to make sure that the engagement of the farmers in the activity, and then to help them to implement of the IPM at their small scale plant station. And then we also can make sure that to involve the farmers in the decision making, so that they're going to have the necessary skill and knowledge, and hopefully by the end of the day they can adopt successful and they can implement the IPM practices by minimum supervision from the government sectors and also from the industry. Okay, the other thing that we need to take into consideration regarding the challenge of IPM is relate to the sustainability, because I choose palm oil in this case, because we know that Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand is the main three major producer of the palm oil in the world. Okay, and we also know that based on this slide, we can see that 183 of the animals were reported to associate with the palm oil plantation, and then be classified on critically endangered, and vulnerable species relate to the palm oil production. Okay, and if you can see here in the Kalimantan, we can see that also in Malaysia, in Borneo itself, the opening of new land for the palm oil plantation have highly impact the population of the orangutan. Okay, so here we try to minimize, hopefully by using the IPM itself, by IPM play their role, and then we should reduce the impact of the deforestation, because there are certain rules nowadays, I will talk about that later on, that require for all the producer of the palm oil need to fulfill before they can sell their oil or their market to market. And then here again, I would like to share with you the top 5 producer country in 2022. You can see that Indonesia is still in the lead of the main producer for the palm oil with 45 million ton, and Malaysia just only produced about 80.83 million ton, followed by Thailand with 3.26 million ton. So basically, Indonesia overtake Malaysia, if I'm not mistaken, in 2004, 2005, where they start to overtake Malaysia as the main producer for the palm oil. Okay, because before 2004, Malaysia is the largest producer of the palm oil in the world, and after 2004, 2005, Indonesia overtake Malaysia, because I think that and again for the past few years, the production of the palm oil in Malaysia, they are kind of stagnant. They do not show any improvement, around 80s, 90s, based on the statistic. So which means that they already stagnant the production of the palm oil in Malaysia. But for Indonesia, they still keep increasing, because Indonesia, I believe that they have more land that they can explore for the plantation as well. Okay, so here all the country or the company that involved in the palm oil, so basically they need to sign the agreement known as the RSPO, the Roundtable on the Sustainable Palm Oil. So basically, if you want the company or the industry that involved that they have signed this agreement, they need to fulfill 7 principles as a core part of the program agreement. So one of them is to protect, conserve, and enhance ecosystem and the environment. And then they also need to practice a good agricultural practice, or GAP. And then in Malaysia, we have a board known as the Malaysian Sustainable Palm Oil. So also quite similar to RSPO. So any company or new company, they need to, if they want to involve in production of palm oil or any palm oil plantation, they need to undergo this to board before they can market or they can sell the palm oil. And then in MSPO, basically it's a national scheme in Malaysia. It is independent and organized small holding, and it's also facilitate for the processing of the palm oil. And then at the end of the day, this company going to get a certificate, okay, up to the requirement by MSPO standard. Okay, so they have the standard, so they need to fulfill the standard before they can sell their palm oil. Okay. Okay, so at the end of the day, we know that we have several challenges that we face when implementing of the IPM itself. Okay, and then what are the future prospects of the IPM, especially in Malaysia, and also we can take a look. Maybe also can be the future. I believe that is also the same future prospect for IPM in other country. Okay, and then as a sustainable approach combining biology, cultural, physical, and chemical tools to regulate the population will minimize the economic, environmental, and human risk. So basically, at this IPM, we combine the essential aspect of the efficacy and safety to meet the expectation of those produce and market commodities and also for the general public. Okay, for the future prospect of the IPM, so basically can further divide it into these four, I believe that four categories. The first one is in terms of the prospect for the policy support. Okay, so in Malaysia, the Malaysia government has recognized the importance of the sustainable agriculture, and then it actively support IPM through policy and initiative. There are certain policy has been done or they've been implemented, especially relate to the plant station, and then the use of the pesticide, and then there are also some initiative that have been given to the industry, to the small farmers that apply the IPM. And this continued policy support, including the financial support and the regulatory measurement, will encourage farmers to adopt the IPM practice on the large scale. Before this, they might going to focus the use of the pesticide only. So by using this initiative, especially for the financial support, going to change the farmers punya thinking so that they be able to apply the IPM. And then the integration of IPM also has been integrated into the national agriculture policy as well. And this is going to provide a strong foundation for the future prospect for the IPM. And then this is going to help the farmers to adopt the IPM practice, at the same time to reduce the reliance on the chemical pesticide. Okay, the second factor is category is research and innovation. Okay, so we cannot run away from the research and innovation when we apply the IPM. When we talk about IPM, it's always relate to each other. They also play important role in advancing the IPM practices. Okay, most of the data that we get is from the research that been done with collaboration with the academic institution, for example, university, government link institution, like we have here. A lot of the agriculture punya link company, and then this is going to help to facilitate the development of tailor-made IPM strategy, and then innovation in the pest monitoring technology, biological control agent, and eco-friendly pesticide. And previously, we know that a lot of pesticide, they have a very the lifespan of the pesticide. Okay, it can stay in the environment for quite long, but now this with the technology, we reduce the residue of the chemical in the soil as well. And then at the same time, this collaboration and research innovation going to contribute to the effectiveness and particularly on the IPM implementation in Malaysia. So in Malaysia, we know that we have a lot of one of the mega diversity country in the world. So basically we have a lot of insect. So there is a potential pest as well to our plant station and to our crop. So more study need to be done. We need to know about the pest life cycle. We need to know what type of pest that might going to become a new pest to our crop or plant station. And then the other one is sustainable agriculture initiative. Okay, so basically this aligns with the growing demand for sustainable and eco-friendly agricultural practice. Okay, so the customer, they prefer the pesticide-free and environmental-friendly product. So by applying the IPM, so which means that IPM, they have the place for the consumer. Okay, because consumer prefer pesticide-free, environmental-friendly produce, where they create opportunity, open the new market for the farmers as well. And those farmers that get the certificate or after undergoing the certain program can be used to promote their product. This open, like I say, is going to open widely to a new market and maybe to a new country, can be sold to a new country, because food, as we all know, is one of the thing that always been important in our life. Without the food, we cannot survive. And then other than that, we also need to look in terms of the physical IPM methods, such as like the proper crop rotation, and we also need to maintain the soil health after the treatment with the chemical. And then we also need to manage the irrigation system or drainage in the plant station, also can help to provide a better sustainable agriculture practices in plant station. And last one is about the collaboration and knowledge sharing. For the collaboration and knowledge sharing, basically, is among the stakeholders, the farmers, the government, the private sector, industry, academic institution, basically can exchange the information. The industry can maybe more on the margin of the economic part, and where else for the academic or research sectors, they are more on the data, on the research, on the successful rate of the implementation of the IPM. And all this strong network going to accelerate the adoption and dissemination of the IPM knowledge throughout the agriculture community. And if we work as a single, it's quite difficult to success, and then we need to work together in a group. And at the end of the day, the country, the farmers, and the industry, the academic institution, they're going to get benefit from this collaboration. Okay, and here I would like to share the other example that have been done in our school at School of Biological Sciences, where we have a group of researchers led by Associate Professor Dr. Hasber. They form a group known as Our and Rodent Research Group. So basically, they are quite not popular. I think they have a lot of collaboration with the big company in Malaysia that involved in palm oil plant station, for example, with Felda, IOI, Sandabi, and others. So basically, they provide the consultancy on the use of their palm oil to control the rodent pests in the palm oil plant station. Okay, they also conduct a small workshop for the smallholders or for the small farmers. So basically, they also can use this hour as a part of the control program, because previously the small farmers, what they do is when they saw the hour, they're going to catch the hour. So basically, when they catch the hour, they keep them in the captivity, and then they keep them as a pet. So basically, indirectly going to increase the rodent pest in their farm or in the plant station. So by having this small workshop, we help to educate them not to catch the bound hour in their plant station. Just leave it there like that, because they play an important role as the regulator of the rodent in the plant station. And then the other program that been organized by oil palm industry is the initiative. So basically, they give some incentive scheme or known as the OPMIS, the punya short term. So basically, it's form of grant we given to applicant which entitled to purchase new machinery at a discount price. So basically, this is a little bit going to help in terms of the transportation. Because we know that all the palm oil fruit cannot be we cannot leave them or left them in the plant station, and then we need to take them out quickly. So by having this, we're also going to help in terms of the implementation of the IPN, because if you leave the fruit there, it's high chances for the fruit to be damaged because of the pest, and also maybe because of the weather. And this type of the initiative hopefully going to help a lot of the small farmers. Okay, one of the things before I end our my presentation today, this is the possibility on we can use monkey. Basically, this the rat-eating monkey is Malaysia. Scientists have been viral in 2019s, and a lot have been captured or been posted online by a lot of journalists regarding the behavior of the monkey that they fit on the rat. So basically, this is the word one of our colleagues here in School of Biological Sciences. Basically, they observe the behavior of the monkey in the palm oil plant station. And then from the observation, they found that there are about 44 monkeys. And then per year, during that 2 years observation, so they found that around 3,000 rats has been killed or been catch by the monkey on average. And here could it be one of the alternative for the IPM, because previously when the monkey come to the palm oil plantation, what they do is they try to get rid of the monkey in the plantation because they thought that, because of course the monkey also feed on the fruit of the palm oil. But in this case, the monkey itself, they become the predator of the rat. Okay, so it could be a possibility for the monkey to be part of the program for the implement for IPM. Okay, so that need to be considered in the future. And as a conclusion, I can say that sustainable and effective approach to pest control is important. Okay, we try to maintain the sustainability. We talk about sustainability, and then USM or University of Science Malaysia is very proud because we one of the university that champion in the sustainabilities. And then we hope that by the having this dialogue or this discussion hopefully can enhance the knowledge between the country, and then we know that requirement and that advancement in the technology, biocontrol innovation, and then nowadays is all about molecular genetic resistance. We know about them, and then knowledge sharing, and the important is policy and the market support. Climate change adaptation also play important role on for the sustainable agriculture that we in Malaysia and also in Southeast Asia region and also the world. And before I end the presentation, I would say that still we need more research and study should be done, especially when we want to introduce a new biological control in the one particular area, because in Malaysia, based on the experience we have here, we have if I'm not mistaken, we have a biological control for the coffee plant, for coffee tree in 90s, something like that, and then we bring the crow to the Malaysia. So what happened nowadays is we no longer exporting the coffee, we change into rubber, and then after that we change into palm oil. And nowadays the crow, the bird itself, become a pest, especially in the urban area. So we don't want to see this thing happen again in the future. So hopefully by doing more research and more study about the potential predator or potential control or enemies of the pest in Malaysia, we hope that we can have a sustainable program that can be implemented in a long term, not only in short term. Okay, before I end, I would like to say thank you to Semio Biotrop for inviting me here today, and hopefully everything that been present here is based on my reading and also some of the experience handling of the involved in the IPM project. And if you have anything that you would like to ask me, welcome to receive a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nick. We give a big applause to Dr. Nick, please. Thank you very much. So, in brief, that Dr. Nick have some experiences in using the integrated pest management, and what is the concept of integrated pest management, and then how to overcome the challenge, and also the technical support must be needed, and
yes,
to empower the farmer itself, to educate the farmer and in the educational level, and to understanding about the use of the biological control in different ways. And also, of course, the historically that why we control it, pest control, because there was at least at that time that we have to protect our food sources at that time, yeah. And until now, I think.
Yes, we still have that practice.
The effect when we develop like palm oil, say for example, there is also, of course, there is some impact on biodiversity, either on the animals or also on the fauna and flora in general. And in Indonesia, for example, also impacted, say for example, about orangutan, something like that. And there was also some highly important to be highlighted about the endangered or vulnerable species because of the use, say, pesticide, or maybe simplification of the biodiversity from the forest to the plantation, like in Indonesia, in Malaysia, Thailand, Colombia, and also in Nigeria, for converting the say for example from the forest to the palm oil. And then Malaysia also trying to implement the good agriculture practices by implementing Malaysian sustainable palm oils. Yeah, Indonesia also has. We call ISPO, Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil. And there is some future prospect must be followed in the future, that we have should be, there is a policy support, and also there should be a research and innovation to overcome some problem, and we have to initiate some sustainable agriculture initiative to open new market, maintaining the soil health and others. Of course, collaboration among the institution is needed, especially for the political control, etc. And I would like to invite, of course, our audience, Dr. Nix, to give some question. Would you please, some of you, if you would like to have some question to Dr. Nix, please raise hand or give the reaction. Yeah. You can open your audio. Yeah, maybe. Is there any question?
I think we have one question here at the chat board.
Okay, in chat box, please. Yeah.
Okay, at school we have mango plantation during the flowering season to help pollinate, so that the fruit set is high. The need of bees are naturally limited. And I saw in other country using flies. What do you think? What are the results and effect? Okay, so basically for the to answer this, I will like to take back. Even in Malaysia, we like to relate to the durians occur in Malaysia. So previously we also thought that the bees is the main pollinator for the durian, and somehow the pollinator for the durian is the bats, kelawar. Okay, in that during that time we get rid a lot of bat in the orchard, and then somehow for past few years we have reduced numbers of the durian. And after study been done, they found that durian is the main pollinator. The bat is the main pollinator durian, and after that the numbers of bat is increased. And then we get back the productivity of the durian is increased. Okay, to answer this question, so basically I would say that there must be a study have been done by that country, and we, as we all know, that bees is one of the principal pollinators for the fruit. And then again, also a study been done that they say if there is no bees in the world, maybe in 1 week, all the tree going to die. Okay, and then using fly also one of the we know that the fruit fly, especially the fruit fly, they also can become a good pollinator as well. And for certain places, they might going to have a limited bees. Okay, so they also can apply the fly as well. So they're going to help to pollinate the flowers, normally during the flowering season for the fruit. Yeah, that I think that is my reason. I think that the effect is still the same. We're going to see more fruit can be produced based on the implementation introduce of the new flies as the pollinator in the to pollinate the mango. But we need to take into consideration the impact of introducing the new fly to become the maybe to replace the principal pollinator in that particular area, because it's going to highly impact. Okay, we need to take a look into that as one of the factor as well.
Bernick, the fact in Indonesia that the price of pesticides are increasing.
Yeah,
it is not affordable to buy by the farmers. The fact. Do you have any concept for the say using biopesticide in the well, in some case maybe the success story in Malaysia?
Okay, so basically I think that we have the same case of pesticide. The price of pesticide increase in Malaysia as well. And then based on the other study in my department, a colleague, they also do some part for the using the microbial organism, so going to help for the production, and also going to help especially to increase the nutrient in the soil as well. They're also going to help to get rid of the pests, and sometimes they also do organic pesticide from the plant extract also has been suggested, and then need to spray. The implementation is just the same as the pesticide, to spray and try to get rid of the pests in one small, normally in the small scale of the farm or the plantation. But they have a few has been practices in Malaysia as well, using the microbial and then using of the extraction from the plant. That basically for me that's an alternative, but still, if you ask me, I would say that use of the pesticide is always the best and quick reaction against the pest. However, we need to comply with the if you want to use IPM or implementation of IPM, we need to have at least study have been done to see the impact of the drug or the treatment that we use, the chemical that we use on the environment before we can apply in the plant station.
Okay, how about this? You said that about the certification, yeah, about the implementation of pesticide in agriculture system. How they have the some certificate? What kind of certificate is be offered for the having the incentive for the farmers?
You mean in the palm oil or?
Maybe it is in palm oil. Maybe it can be implemented in other agricultural commodities.
Okay, so basically, I'm not really sure about the certificate that been implemented or given to the farmers. They if implement IPM Malaysia. However, as far as I know, basically our government encourage for the implementation of IPM because if I'm not mistaken, in 2090s, our minister give some initiative. I think around 2 million ringgit for the farmers if they involve in the IPM implementation of IPM. That is under Malaysian Planning Plan 12, Malaysian Planning Plan. I think around 200 million incentive given to farmers if they try to implement all the use of the IPM.
Okay, so this incentive is very important if some to triggers the IPM in the farmer levels, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I that's why I say just now. Basically, in Malaysia, I believe it also happened in Indonesia as well, because of the limited knowledge and understanding regarding the implementation of IPM. That the thing that we need to tackle first before we try to approach the farmers for the implementation of IPM. Because if we have the program but they do not understand on how to run the program, I think is not useful at all. So, and in other that, we also need to educate them on how to identify, especially for the pests, so they know what type of beneficial pests, what type of the beneficial insect, what type of the pest that might present in their plant station. Because sometimes we don't want to use the program or the treatment where they also target they're going to kill non-target pests in that particular area. And hopefully by giving more campaign or maybe educate them in the training or workshop, going to help them to know better about IPM. I think the same thing happened in I think most of the country.
Okay, maybe from the chat box, is there any others? Okay, Ibu Ica, please, would like to have some question.
Thank you, Dr. Supriyanto, and thank you for your great presentation to Dr. Nick. My question is your department in USM has already have a plan or past clinic? If you don't have it, is there any possibility for Biotrop to collaborate with USM related to the BIONIC program? Is there any mechanisms for that? And honestly, Biotrop is working under Ministry of Education and Culture, and we have a mandate to strengthen and disseminate science education to lecturers, students, and communities not only in Indonesia but also in Southeast Asia. So if you don't mind it, perhaps we can share our logo, either Biotrop or USM, in our BIONIC platform. How is that, Doctor? Thank you.
Okay, so
yeah.
yeah.
Please,
So
yeah.
yeah, okay. So basically, in our school, we have a group like I mentioned earlier. We have a group where they quite close with the palm oil industry, and they become consultant for the palm oil industry, especially for the big company in Malaysia as well. And then in that practice, what they do is they encourage the use of the palm oil as the biological control for the rodent in the plant station. And it's not only in palm oil, and also has been done in the paddy field as well. And I think this group led by Professor Dr. Hasber, basically is a it's a good group, a group that you want to discuss more on how we can implement this as well. Because I believe that because they are quite experienced for past 5 or 6 years already in giving the workshop to the farmers here in Malaysia, and also in fact they also been invited into Sabah and Sarawak as well for the biological control of rodent there. So I believe that maybe later on I can link you with Dr. Hasber. So maybe a future collaboration or discussion can be done later on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. And
Okay, thank you.
maybe another audience would like to have the other question. In the chat box, maybe, is there any? Please, the organizer to check in the chat box. Okay, not yet. Okay, for the other interesting thing that you use the monkeys, yeah,
Yeah.
to for the rodent controls, yeah.
Okay, so basically the result that they get regarding the monkey, basically this is we call it coincidentally, because the real observation that they were to observe there is looking on the behavior of the monkey in the plant station in a monocrop system. Okay, so what happened is that the monkey is not only eat the fruit, but if there is a rat there, they're going to catch the rat first.
Okay, so this is the impact of the monoculture, I think.
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Because the feed for the monkey is not sufficient enough, yeah.
Yeah.
The availability, especially,
Yeah.
so they change their behavior more or less. This is one of the impact, I think, for this monoculture.
Monoculture.
Yeah, because I'm worried if this later on there will be the what we call it transboundary animal plant disease to the human. This must be careful about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other questions? Yeah. If not, oh, there is. Yeah, David. Yeah, Mr.
Okay.
David.
Thank you, sir, for the time. Good afternoon, sir. I would like to ask you something about. We know that in oil palm plantation, we always see a snake. Have you researched about a snake as a predator of rats? Because we know that in plantation, snake is so popular, and every morning we see the snake crossing the roads and any other. So any research in USM about the snake as rat predators? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. Basically, in under my program, basically we do not have any research related to that. But in other program, basically there is a lecturer who get highly involved in studying about snake in palm oil or in other place in Malaysia. So if you want, basically I can link you together with the lecturer, the researcher, so that further discussion can be done later on, if you want to, or maybe you can leave your email. I can make sure that you get the link to know. That's the link. The researcher that study on snake in Malaysia in our college is Prof. Shahrul Anwar is one of quite popular guys on snake study. And then we also have Dr. Nadine and Mr. Muin, all of them basically they are more on snake. Okay, and then regarding your question whether we observe, so basically in Malaysia we also have the same thing, the same problem. Normally in the morning we can see the king cobra, right, across the road and quite big size. So I don't know, but I believe that if we have the snake there, which means that we have a lot of rodent in that particular area because they have a food there, so food source. To get rid of the snake, you might going to take a look their biology as well. If there is food source, so the high possibility of them to be there. Okay, so maybe as we all know that king cobra, they also eat on the other snake. They also eat on rat and all the other small mammals as well. So basically that gives a condition where they can survive. That's what I think.
Okay, thank you, sir.
The
And
fruit for the rat, the rat for the snake. I think that's like the food change.
how about
Burn owl.
burn owl? It's established in Malaysia because in our company we start to make the burn owl established in our land because it's so effective to decrease the rat population, right?
Yeah. So basically, the burn hour study in our school, as I mentioned, led by Dr. Asber, and then they have a lot of data from the palm oil plantation and the paddy field plantation as well. Okay, so I believe that if you want to know more about it, and again, I can link you to Dr. Hasber, so that you can have maybe can get some information from him regarding the implementation of the palm oil in the palm oil, and then as well as for the paddy field in Malaysia. And then Dr. Hasber, I believe that also work with a diverse group of industry, and then become one of the consultant for the rodent pest control in the plant station as well.
Okay.
I think he's going to help you a lot.
Okay, I would like to send my email in the chat box.
Okay.
Thank you for your kindness.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question, Mr. David. Thank you very much. Okay, snake, okay, important. Maybe python. The python is become bigger and bigger, and also sometimes eat the farmer as well. Careful because they can be bigger. I'm one of the members of the snake hunter clubs.
Oh.
Okay. Well, the other person raising hand, I think, and please check in the screen. There was one person. Yeah. Okay, another person? No? Okay. If not, I would like to conclude the session for this morning. I would like to say, to apologize that Professor Munif could not present in this morning. He is the fact also very important in pest control in Bogor Agriculture University. Thank you very much, Dr. Nick, and we would like to express our sincere thanks for your sharing, especially in IPM in Malaysia. And there will be an opportunities to make the collaboration using a BIONIC system. And Mr. Riza and Ms. Riza will handle all the things in the BIONIC at CMU Biotop. And also, I would like to invite also the other participants. If you are very keen in this information, you can contact CMU Biotop, and we would like to empower also our networks. Thank you very much, Dr. Nick, and have a nice day. Take applause.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Madam Lisa, and thank you,
Dr. Nick. See you later.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the next presentation will be. Oh, I would like to CMU Biotop would like to present the certificate to Dr. Nick, please. Thank you very much to all of you and have a nice day. I'd like to give the opportunities to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Supri, for the moderators and for the speakers, Dr. Nick Ahmad. So ladies and gentlemen, let us start the second session. Please welcome second section moderator, Dr. Evelyn from Mindanao State University, Philippines.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss MC. And thank you also to the organizing committee for inviting me as one of the moderators of this webinar. To our distinguished speakers,
I'm sorry, ma'am, you're still mute.
Thank you, Miss MC. And thank you also organizing committee for inviting me as one of the moderators for this webinar. To our distinguished speakers, Dr. Riza Arif Putranto from the Indonesian Oil Palm Research Institute and Mr. Misbakhul Bait, MSI from PT Pupuk Kaltim, Indonesia, partners from EPB or Bogor Agricultural University, University Science Malaysia, Mindanao State University, State University of Semarang, Indonesian Oil Palm Research Institute, PT Pupuk Kaltim, Indonesian High School and Vocational Schools, national and regional universities, valued participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for gracing this event with your presence, especially the second session of this morning's webinar or talk series on Biodiversity Clinic for a Sustainable Life. I am Evelyn Bigkas, and I am so honored and privileged to be your moderator for the second session this morning. I hope that everyone will be delighted to listen and learn new things from our speakers, particularly on the topics application of integrated pest and plant disease control technology, as it is important in biodiversity sustainability management, and also on how to restore biodiversity loss, an equally important approach or topic towards the conservation of our declining biodiversity. Before we proceed any further, I would like to remind everyone that our esteemed speakers are given 20 minutes to present the papers, and there will be another 20 minutes for the Q&A at the end of the session. Towards the end of the 20 minutes, the speakers will be reminded when the time is about over, just about a few minutes before the time is up. After all the resource speakers have presented, the participants will be given their chances to ask their questions on the papers presented. We also would like to give our resource speakers the chance to give suggestions in relation to Biotrope's programs and activities for future research endeavors in the Southeast Asian region. Okay, without further ado, our first topic is on the application of integrated pest and plant disease control, which will be presented to us by our first speaker, who is from the Indonesian Oil Palm Research Institute, or IOPRI, and he is actually the current deputy head of IOPRI. Dr. Riza is an expert in molecular biology, genomics, and bioinformatics. He achieved his bachelor's degree in biology from Gadjah Mada University Indonesia, his master's degree in functional biology from the University des Sciences et Techniques du Languedoc, Montpellier II, and his doctorate degree on molecular genomics or integrative biology from the same university, University des Sciences et Techniques du Languedoc. I'm sorry if I have not pronounced it properly. And he also did a postdoc at the Beijing Institute of Genomics on human and date palm genome. Dr. Riza has actually experienced and achieved the following. So part of his experience and achievements include his being the current head of IOPRI, working on the oil palm research and management. He has this postdoc research at the Beijing Institute of Genomics on the human genome and date palm bioinformatics analysis. He had experience in organizational and educational aspects at MABBI and INBIO in Bio and MABI. He did voluntary or does voluntary activities in the European COVID-19 crowd fight with the COVID-19 genomics UK consortium to analyze SARS-CoV-2 NGS. He is also involved in scientific education on social media to fill the gaps. And also his involvement includes the project of aligning bioinformatics, currently in collaboration with AND Biopharma, Ecotalis, and Coopert BV, the Netherlands, in the development of research on new concept in molecular biology. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our esteemed speaker on the application of integrated pest and plant disease control technology, no other than Dr. Riza Arif Putranto, DEA. Dr. Riza, the next 20 minutes are all yours. Thank you and welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Evelyn. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank, of course, CMA Biotrop, the director, Dr. Zulham Syah Imran. Of course, Bu Riza Rosita, as the head section of the Environmental Technology Security ETS, all CMO Biotrop's management, all speakers, to Dr. Evelyn as well, who introduced me quite long. I'm a bit nervous when you introduce me because I think we have a lot of a good speaker today, and also fellow scientists. It's such an honor for me to be invited and expected to give a speech on this biodiversity clinic or BIONIC for our sustainable life in CMA Biotrop online 27 June 2023. So my subject is going to be delivered on behalf of the IOPRI plant protection team in Marihat in North Sumatra. I think I will share my screen first. So the presentation entitled as the application of the integrated pest and plant disease control technology. As you know, we have many or several main diseases for oil palm. So I would like to just maybe focus on one, the Ganoderma experience. So I'm representing our full team of IOPRI, Deden Dewantara, Mr. Rosie Aguseko, and also Pak Agus Susanto. And the moderator also has already introduced me quite complete. So I would not explain this any further. It's just that my experience and also expertise is working on more molecular biology. as well as we trying to collaborate with the pest technology team to develop, maybe later on in my presentation, I will try to also show you how we try to manage to develop a new varieties of oil palm using the new technology of genome editing. So without further ado, these are the outlines of today's presentation. I have only 20 minutes, right? The introduction first, I would like to speak about the main problem of Ganoderma, the integrated pest control and for Ganoderma disease that PPKS or IOP has done, and we try to improve along the years, the future, and also take-home messages. So the first one, I would like to start with some beautiful image about Lingzi, the medicinal fungi, who has the Latin name as Ganoderma lucidum. So actually, when we speak about Ganoderma, we talk about two phases of this amazing fungi. This fungi, Ganoderma lucidum, is actually one of these 20 medicinal mushrooms. We have a lot of attention of it, both scientifically interest and with result on human health. So when you talk about Lingzi, you can find more than 1,000 studies and clinical trials in the past 20 years showing results of this benefit: anti-inflammatory, immunomodulatory, and anti-tumor, anti-depression, for cardiovascular diseases, antiviral, etc., etc., and many other things that you can find. However, when you talk about the cousin, the Ganoderma boninens, for example, it has two phases. This one is the Ganoderma that we call maybe the destroyer, because before we can see the diseases that come up from this fungi, we call it basal stem root. And as you can see in the image on the right, the tree of the oil palm can be devastated and can reach about all of the plantation land. And of course, it's not only the basal stem root, because the fungi came from the soil, and the soil get interaction with the roots, and then after that we have the infection going up, and you can find also the spores of the fungi that can fly up or even touch in the upper stem root, and then we can call the diseases upper stem root. So these are the images that we can see nowadays in several plantations in Indonesia. And when we talk about the general symptoms of Ganoderma attack, we have 4 stages, as we know scientifically. The first stages is quite difficult to understand, because sometimes it gets mixed with other symptoms for other diseases in oil palm. The colors of the leaves becomes yellow, opaque, not shiny, with a lack of water. We have sometimes a bit of necrosis of the leaf blade, starting from the oldest to the middle. And then we can understand, or maybe we can hypothesize that the tree has already the stage 1 of the Ganoderma attack. The second stage, you can see the white red mycelium appears on the base of the stem and the surrounding roots. The symptoms of necrosis extend in the youngest leaf shoot in the upper level. When it reaches stage 3, the mycelium turns into a mushroom body that we call it the pseudosclerosium. And you can see clearly, like in the picture, in the upper picture, appearing in the base of the stem normally, but also in every part of the tree. Lens leaf remain closed, like the picture on below. You can see the 3rd fronds of the plant, and the 4th, 5th, and 6th fronds get broken and hanging. That could be the definition of the stage 3 of Ganoderma attack. When you reach stage 4, the base of the stem and the roots is porous, like a sponge. So when you punch the tree, sometimes you can hear the sound like a sounding air going inside from the stem. And normally the plant starts to collapse. And at this stage, it is impossible for the plant to be cured, and a large possibility it's already spreading in the surrounding plantations. So the onset of basal stem rot or upper stem rot caused by Ganoderma has already increased over the years. Since 1990, it has risen to over than 40% in Indonesia in all plantations. And today, the occurrence of basal stem rot or upper stem rot is not only in the first generation of plantation, but also in the second to the fourth generation. As you can see, starting from the 1931, for example, here, you can see the rise is very fast. And it becomes, maybe we can say, the main enemy of the oil palm plantation nowadays. And if you can see the map distribution of the basal stem rot or USR diseases in Indonesia, you can see that mainly the occurrence of the diseases you can find in the Sumatra, because over there we have a lot of oil palm plantation. And in the red, more than 25% of the occurrence mostly can be discovered in North Sumatra. But today you can hear all the farmers in Riau and Pekanbaru is already complaining about Ganoderma, as well as our colleagues and farmers in Borneo is as well can find already Ganoderma. So it becomes a main problem in Indonesia for oil palm plantation. And if you talk about oil palm and Ganoderma connection, because in the past and host interaction, normally you will have some similar interaction on its molecular basis. For today, it is quite limited, the study of molecular biology, how the root of the oil palm get interaction with the fungi of Ganoderma, and we still study a lot of things. That's why in the chart on the left, you can see many of disconnected lines, because we need to understand more about that. But what we can understand in a more general aspect is that when we discuss about the life cycle of Ganoderma, the Ganoderma infected the healthy root of a healthy oil palm, and then it can grow into infected oil palm plants, growth into pseudosclerotium or the fungi body, and then the plants wilted and die, and then it comes the cycle of the growth of Ganoderma and can be infected the next or the neighbor's plant and the neighbor's plant, and finally we can reach all of the plantation. So this is the basic knowledge that we already know. So that is why it's going to be influencing how we do the pest management system. So how IOPRI or PPKS do the integrated pest control for Ganoderma diseases? For example, we try to implement 6 type of action. First one is detection, how we detect the potential attack of Ganoderma before even it converting into oil palm or become converting into a disease, even in a young plants or even in a mature plants. Second one is in nursery, how we select and also do all the necessary activities of the breeding and also the molecular breeding activities, how to we select the moderately resistant plants or even the tolerant plants in endemic areas, how we develop biofertilizer or biofungicide antagonistic agents to maintain the seedling according to standard. The third one, how we try to prepare the land before before we plant into the oil palm, especially the sanitation of inoculum resources like stem, bolls, and roots in the endemic area. The fourth is how we try to avoid the infected plant using some kind of planting holes. Normally, we do it in the flooded and hilly, in non-flooded and hilly areas. Application of organic matters, antagonic agents. The fifth is monitoring. Periodically in the plantation that we suspect to have or potentially how susceptible to Ganoderma, 2 times a year we did a monitoring. How we should dismantle the bole and the roots of affected plants to separate them from the healthy plants. And the sixth one is the surgery and mounting, how we dissect the disease tissue of the soiling plant, and how we also implemented the antagonistic agents of Ganoderma. So I think I would like to discuss this one by one. For example, in the detection, we try to implement 4 types of a detection system. First one, normally with the experience of the colleagues from IOPRI or and other person that has the experience on oil palm, you can see visually seeing signs and symptoms of disease in oil palm. The second one is the technology that we use. We use the serology technology, how we try to create a reaction of enzyme level antigens and antibody from the Ganoderma in the oil palm, so that we can see if an oil palm sample is infected by Ganoderma, and then we can do the treatment that necessary must be done. The third one is molecular tests. For example, we use PCR, RFOP, restriction enzymes, or even sequencing to get a high accuracy in a small amount of samples to understand if a tree has already been infected by Ganoderma in early level. And the last one is the technology that we all know, the IoT system, try to create the remote sensing technology. How can we do some imagery or monitoring to a huge vast of plantations using satellites, UAV, and drones that we are still developing as we speak. And the second one, how we, in nursery, we try to screen our planting materials to have this kind of moderate tolerant planting materials. For example, in IOPRI, our experience and also research for the last maybe 10, 15 years, we have this DXP 540NG, that is the variety of oil palm from IOPRI that has the capacity to withhold Ganoderma attack in some level. So the selection of this planting material is very important, because if you know you will plant some in oil palm plantation that already an endemic area, you need to be able and aware to select what you are going to do or going to use as a planting material. For example, in our nursery, we implemented also our product, the fungicide, we call it Primi-G. Actually, is the basic ingredient mainly is Trichoderma, the antagonistic agents of Ganoderma. We implemented, for example, a dose of 40 grams per plant in the pre-nursery and also main nursery to avoid have the contamination of Ganoderma in our nursery. In land preparation itself, the sanitation of inoculum sources, mainly in endemic areas, because if you have already Ganoderma in one plantation area, you might as well, you can find Ganoderma for a long time. Some experts say that it will stay 30 to 40 years in the plantation, so you need some land preparation and sanitation. So the goal is to minimize the potential occurrence of Ganoderma in endemic areas. For example, you can do plowing. So you mix the soil, you can do raking, you're removing all the stems of the previous generation of the plantations. If necessary, you can find and picking up all the roots, because every aspect of this old plant can be also the host of Ganoderma. Pole unloading, for example, and even chopping the stem, because the smaller the fraction gets, the more difficult Ganoderma to grow. So basically, we try to minimize the source of inoculum for Ganoderma to growth in our plantation region. The fourth one is planting holes. So you can use a large planting holes in non-flooded and hilly areas. And for example, on the image, we implemented in 3 meters wide and approximately more than 1.5 meters deep. You can put empty bunches for 400 and 500 kilogram per holes, like in the picture and also in the photo. And you put trichoderma, or we used to implement with our product called Grimigi as one dose or 1 kilogram per hole. This is a way to avoid to have attack of Ganoderma going through the soil. So this big hole is actually highly recommended for drought and nutrient poor areas, because in that kind of environment, Ganoderma love to grow and are likely to infect the plant, especially if the oil palm varieties is susceptible. And the fifth one is monitoring. So periodically, we recommended 2 times a year to check all in the plantations. For example, you can find dismantled trees with all the leaf in the upper level that already look like having a symptom of Ganoderma attack. So you need to make some prevention. For example, if you know that your tree is already showing stage 2 or stage 3 of infection of Ganoderma, you can make like a hole surrounding your tree 4 meter to 4 meter. It is to avoid the infection of the plant around of the tree that already infected. If necessary, you need to unball it, and then you can replace the tree with the new one, or just leave it empty. Because if you do not do that, the Ganoderma is going quite fast in the soil, and it can be infected the neighboring plants. So for the prevention action, normally in healthy tree, we implemented even in juvenile and mature tree rings. In Bahasa Indonesia, we call TBM and also TM, a dose of 500 gram per ring, 2 applications per year, to prevent the Ganoderma to reach in the bottom level of the roots. So basically, the monitoring activity is quite important, and it will help us also to understand if our plantation is going to be infected by Ganoderma or not. And in the 6th one is the surgery and mounding. Sometimes we have clients that asking, our tree has already been infected by Ganoderma, so what can we do? We can do a surgery. So we dissect the diseased tissue and the soiling of plant. For example, we dissect the plant like in the photo, and we implemented the application of antagonistic agents to prevent or to kill the Ganoderma, and then we mount the tree to push or to induce the growth of roots and the healthy of the plant. Sometimes it can work, sometimes it don't, because what is quite tricky with Ganoderma is that you don't know inside the plant how large is the infection already going on. Because if you see the tree of oil palm that already collapses, and then you cut open the tree, you can see a lot of Ganoderma inside the stem of the oil palm. So maybe in the future, we can have some activities or technology that is curative, that is 100 or maybe not. I'm not going to say 100 because it's quite too sure, but maybe 70–80% curative that can hold the plant as long as the production ages. So that could be help for all of the stakeholders of oil palm plantations. So for the future, actually, we need to also rely on biotechnology. One of initial activities in our laboratory that we initiated is genome editing. We started the program 2015, and we tried to edit for as long as now we know maybe hundreds of plantlets with different kind of gene. We try to test of it. It becomes our breeding program that aims to develop the tolerant oil palm varieties against Ganoderma. For example, if in our plantation we see some natural tolerant varieties, we took the sample of it, we try to study. Some of them, with our help of our colleague, we try to sequence the genome and also to see what is happening inside the natural tolerant varieties. To understand in the basic level of the DNA, how can we understand the attack of Ganoderma against the behavior of this DNA inside the oil palm. So basically, what the strategy that we are doing right now is we try to find the highly susceptible gene that involving in susceptibility. We try to knock it out, and then we try to see in the field, in the pre-nursery and also in the main nursery, and also in the field, maybe in the next 3 or 4 years, to look if what we did with the genome editing really convert the plant into the tolerance or better tolerance of Ganoderma. So this is still in trial, and we are expecting a good result for the next few years to come. We know that it is not easy because, you know, for you, those who works with the genome of oil palm, it's quite complicated, a lot of duplications. So when you select 1 or 2 genes to be edited, it's quite dubitative also and trivial, because you don't know if these genes related to the other genes. And but what we understand is that if the technology, if we are not doing the technology today, maybe we never find the answer. So for the take-home messages, I think I would like to say 4 sentences. The first one, the integrated pest control for Ganoderma disease is quite efficient for now, okay, on controlling the onset of BSR and USR in oil palm. However, we understand that it consists several protocols that to be strictly implemented. It's like curing disease for human as well. It is strict implemented protocols, since land preparation, for example, how we select planting materials, how we treat them after they get Ganoderma, we prolong their life, implemented some biofungicide, for examples, how we use bioorganic materials like trichoderma-based fungicide that already scientifically efficient to prevent Ganoderma attack, but not curative yet. So the research is still ongoing. So finding the curative treatments for Ganoderma or BSR and USR is tricky, but the science is somehow getting there. And I think everybody could agree that curative treatment is the one thing that we will find in the next few years to come, because we know how we implement the management of the oil palm plantation is not cheap as well. So when you started an oil palm plantation, you need to be able to control the pest and disease, because if not, we can have a huge loss that could give us a bad result in our oil palm plantations. So to end our presentations, thank you for your kind attention. I think I would like to thank our friends in Medan and also in Bogor, who already work with us for a long time, maybe more than 20, 30 years. Myself, I already work in IOPRI for 17 years, so thank you. And I hope that this presentation finds you well, and I expected a good discussion with you. Thank you so much, and I return to you, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Riza, for the insights and the valuable information that you have given us, particularly on the management or the handling of Ganoderma disease in the oil palm plantation. So, ladies and gentlemen, please reserve your questions later on as we proceed to the next speaker on the topic of on how to restore biodiversity. Our speaker for this topic is from PT Pupu, Kalimantan Timur, and that is East Kalimantan in Indonesia. He is actually a researcher, and he finished his bachelor's degree from the Universitas Gadjah Mada in Indonesia, and his master's degree from the IPB or the Bogor Agricultural University in Indonesia. And some of his experience and achievements include having worked in research department of the PT Pupu Kaltim in 2014 until the present. And in 2019, Mr. Misbahul has gotten 3 stars in the 24th Asia Pacific Quality Organization International Conference in Bali by the Asia Pacific Quality Organization. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our another esteemed speaker, Mr. Misbakul Bait, who will talk to us or who will enlighten us and who will give us valuable information on the restoration of biodiversity loss. Mr. Misbakul, the next 20 minutes are all yours. Thank you and welcome.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Evelyn, to welcome. Before I start, I'm representative from Bukal team. I want to thank you to Syamia Biotrop, Dr. Zulham Shah Imran, the Director of Syamia Biotrop, Mrs. Risa Rosita, the Head of Section of Environmental Security, to having me in today's webinar. And thank you all of the participants willing to attend today's webinar. Allow me to start the presentation, please. Okay. I'm representative from Pupukal team. We are a fertilizer company in Indonesia, in Bontang, is Kalimantan Timur. Next, please. When we are talking about biodiversity, the first thing that many of us will mention about protection of iconic animal species such as panda, orangutan, or anything else. But the true parameters of the term are much broader. Ultimately, biodiversity reflects the diversity of life on Earth at 3 levels. The first is ecosystem. The second about species, including the richness and abundance. The next is genes. Genetic variability is essential to species' ability to adapt to environmental changes, and there's resilience to external threats such as disease. Over half of global GDP, around 43 trillion US dollar, depends on high functioning biodiversity, according to WWF. For example, more than 70% of global food crops, including fruits, vegetables, rayon, pollinators such as bees, and some 70% of antibiotics and drugs used to fight cancer are natural substances or synthetic product inspired by nature. Next. Okay. The Earth is now in a high risk zone in terms of biosphere health. Between 1970 and 2018, population size of mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles, and fish decreased by an average 90%, according to WWF Living Planet Index. Livestock now accounts for more than 60% of the biomass of all mammals, with wild mammals comprising just 4% and humans the remaining 30%. At the same time, there's a significant lack of cultivated biodiversity. About just 4 crop species provide 2/3 of human caloric intake. Next. According to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, 5 pressures are primarily responsible for driving biodiversity loss. The first is resources extraction and cultivation is the largest impact, accounting for more than 60% of overall pressure. Involve primary sector activities like farming, fishing, forestry, and mining, and extraction of fossil resources. These activities often entail land use change and direct overexploitation of natural resources. The development of farmlands for livestock and crops is responsible for 80% of global deforestation, and by turning diverse natural ecosystem into homogeneously vegetated area, farming is major reason that approximately 40% of global insect species are nearing extinction. Indirect exploitation, the extraction of more animals, plants, and other resources then can be naturally restored is the largest factor in biodiversity loss. In the past 10 years, human activities have consistently exceeded the Earth's regenerative capacity by more than 50%. Next. The companies that want to address this impact in order to reduce the risk of their business and seize new opportunities must develop an action plan. First, they have to determine the necessary scope of action on biodiversity based on the company's impact on vital ecosystem along its value chains. Second, they should align on science-based targets and establish system to measure and report progress toward those targets. Third, they must build the right foundation for success, including a trained and incentivized staff and strong partnerships. Fourth, they need to take the right actions given the specific of their business. This action will include some combination of reducing their biodiversity footprints, transforming their value chains through innovative biodiversity positive products, service, and business model, and advancing biodiversity beyond their own footprints to promote resilient, healthy ecosystem, particularly in areas critical to the company's operation. Next, please. In Pupuk Altim, as a largest fertilizer company in Indonesia, we developed two strategies to reach biodiversity positive business. The first one, we create innovative product and technology. The second one is about advanced biodiversity support. Our new line products are domination about green products. We have research products that can increase agricultural yields, make efficient use of chemical fertilizer, and enrich the soil with beneficial microorganisms. Biofertilizer are enriched with various types of microorganisms from Indonesian biodiversity that have the best ability in their ecosystem. The microbial enriched fertilizer have developed with endospore technology to optimize nutrient absorption by plant. Next, please. In innovative technology, we have Precipam, a fertilizer combination application system based on satellite imaging for palm oil precision agriculture. This technology can provide fertilization recommendation quickly, wider area, and precisely, thereby reducing excessive use of fertilizer, reducing costs and emissions. Next. In advanced biodiversity support, we have some project in, next please. We have, the first one is Blok Bangko reforestation. In preparing the forest reforestation activities, first we must conduct an ecosystem baseline study to determine the planting strategies and determine species types. To increase the result, there need to be collaboration for various parties such as research institutions and universities. The surrounding community really needs to be involved and strengthen. The community can play a role in providing seeds, caring for plant, and utilizing the result of reforestation activities such as fruits. Can you back the before slide? Yes, in black orchids conservation, we utilize advanced technology such as tissue culture to accelerate nursery. Pupuk Altim is collaborating with Kutai National Park to introduce black orchids into its habitats. Next, please. Next. In Wanatirta Forest Project, since 2022, we already continue cultivate more than 100,000 trees with local seeds to restore biodiversity status there. Every year we monitor the development of biodiversity index, collaborate with research institute. Next, please. In marine conservation, Pupuk Altim have created artificial coral reef media which placed in the waters of Toba Batang. Bontang is Kalimantan, Indonesia since 2009 until now. The initiation of this program is motivated by the image conditions of underwater ecosystem due to blast fishing by local fishermen. We collaborate with groups of fishermen who have using non-environmental friendly methods. Our hope is that being involved in conservation activities, it will improve their awareness of how important marine ecosystem and leave the outfishing activities to more environment friendly. This activity had more impact than we previously anticipated. It also closer the distant fishermen when they want to get the fish. The fisherman income has also increased with this rehabilitation activities. Okay, this is all the end of my presentation. Please, if you have a question, please welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. and Ms. Bakul. Now the floor is open for questions and answers from our esteemed speakers. Thank you for giving us information on the management of Ganoderma disease, particularly in palm oil plantation, and from Mr. and Ms. Bakul on how to restore the biodiversity loss. So, ladies and gentlemen, the participants from, I don't know how, from the floor, from those who are on site and those who are online. Online, maybe you can raise your hands, or you can speak up your questions or write it on the chat box. And the on-site participants, maybe the MC can facilitate the question. So yes, the floor is now ready for the first to ask the question. On my screen, do I have to entertain first those who ask online? Okay, so Mr. Taufik, you are recognized. Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Sir, how does oil palm plantation activities impact the decrease in biodiversity in its surrounding ecosystem?
Sorry, how is it again, Mr. Taufik? Where do you want to direct your question, please? To both speakers or to any one of them? A particular speaker.
How does oil palm plantation activity impact the decrease in biodiversity in its surrounding ecosystem?
Okay. Any of the speakers who would like to answer the question?
Yeah, maybe I can answer the question.
Okay, please. Yes.
Dr. Evelyn, yeah. I think I understand the question. The question is about how if oil palm plantations affect or cohabit with biodiversity, right? So basically we have several, I have visited several plantations in Malaysia and also in other countries, producers of oil palm. Some of the plantations is quite interesting. Even in Indonesia, if you go to, for example, in the north of Sumatra, maybe in our plantation in Ayopri, in Pancur, we find a cohabitate biodiversity inside our oil palm plantations. Normally, maybe you've heard about the integration of cattle, cows, and also oil palm. So during the day, the cows grassing in the oil palm plantations because they can find a lot of fresh grass over there. And then you can have also natural fertilizer. But we did that kind of activities with a tight regulatory also. So the cows or cattle should not stomp on other young oil palm plantation. In other part of the country, like as I mentioned in Malaysia, I saw cohabitate, like they created bird nests around of the oil palm plantations. So also having a good environmental activities. For example, you saw a nest in the oil palm fruit bunches, but actually when you want to harvest the fruit bunches, you need to remove that. But from that kind of activities, we know that somehow in the oil palm plantation, if we let nature or biodiversity coexist, we can do that. And I think it could be a good example in the future for gaining the productivity of oil palm without, and also enhancing itself and the nature itself to be living in the same space with the oil palm plantation. I hope that I answer your questions. Would love to discuss more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Riza. Mr. Taufik, were you satisfied with the answer of Dr. Riza?
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Rijab.
Okay, so now thank you, Dr. Riza. So now on my screen, the next person raising his or her hand is Septiyanti. So you are recognized.
Okay, good morning, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask. My name is Septiyanti. I have a question. How can we conserve endangered animals and plants that have difficulty adapting to other environments while their natural habitats are already damaged? Thank you.
So who would like to answer the question of Miss Septi? Miss Septi, do you address your question to any one of the speakers, to one in particular, or to both of them?
Okay, good morning, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask. My name is Septiyanti. I'm a student from One Bojong Pichung High School, and I have a question. How can we conserve endangered animals and plants that have difficulty adapting to other environments while their natural habitat are already damaged? Thank you.
Yes. Oh yeah. In relation to that question, also our speakers, I would like to something like add on. Like, are there researches done to reconcile the idea or because there are arguments in relation to the question of Ms. Septi. There are arguments that oil palm plantation destroys habitats. But at the same time, they also provide habitats, like has been mentioned by Dr. Riza, the nests of birds and all the other animals that make the palm oil or oil palm as their habitat also. So it's like, which has more more effect, the destruction of the habitat or the provision of the new habitat or something like that? Are there researches? Because in line with the question of Ms. Septi, like how do we handle or how do we manage those species that are displaced or affected because of the destruction of their habitat? So
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would like to add some more, Dr. Evelyn. I think, yeah, I understand the question of Mbak Septi. So basically, if you follow the regulations of the government, the oil palm plantation should not be upon a primary forests, right? That is the regulation. So the governance tell us also the same thing, that you cannot make an oil palm plantation upon a primary forest. Normally, the endangered species can be found in the primary forest, and the primary forest normally also being separated into different. Maybe there is the protection for endangered species, and also because when you say primary, you cannot harvest anything. You just leave it like that. So if we find any animals, the habitat being destroyed, I don't know if by oil palm plantation or others, because we have so many types of deforestation, right? There is some kind of protocols that you can use to remove the animals from the original habitats to find the similar habitats. For example, in Indonesia, we have what we call Taman Nasional. Several Taman Nasional or national park in Indonesia has the same habitat, has the same, how can we say, climate, has the same conditions. For example, you can move one endangered animal to the others to preserve their lives. But for other things, sometimes we cannot. Because the endangered animals lives only in one specific area. So for that matters, it has been a long and huge discussion with myself. I'm a biologist and ecologist too. And I work in the oil palm industry. We try to balance things. The first thing that we do is that we need to obey the regulations. If the government says you can have your oil plantation only here, so we obey the regulation. Sometimes we find people that opening the oil palm plantation, normally like local people, etc. You go around in the primary forest and then you open plantation, not only for oil palm plantation, but other things like eucalyptus, etc. So the problem exists there. So I think, in my opinion, that we need to be more, how can we say, we need to be more precise and also more strict in the regulations, and make people that going to have some plantations in the forest follow the regulations. And also it needs to come from the government that give huge punishment, for example, for those who doesn't want to follow the regulation, because the animals itself, it can be part of your ecosystem. If it's gone, it's going to be a huge loss for the ecosystem as well. For example, in oil palm plantation nowadays, we have this bug, we call it the insects, that has a huge role in the pollinations of oil palms. We have less and less and less. So I don't know, we can call this endangered species, because these insects is actually the pollinators for not only oil palm, but also for other type of Arecaceae, like the palm trees. So if they are gone, maybe one day you will not see any palm trees. So we need to also save this kind of insects. So it's not only the big endangered animal, but also the small one, insects, birds. That is quite important. And as a human, I think we don't have also the capacity to understand the big factors of nature that made the environment that we live now. So briefly, Mbak Septi, I think first, everyone or any industry that work on the oil palm plantation or others should follow the regulations. The second one, so the conservationists or biologists can also save the endangered species. And the other thing is that, like climate changes, it also pushes us with a different type of habitation, that animals cannot live in one habitat because the climate already changing. So that kind of mix together all the regulations, the willingness of us as human, and also how we preserve the earth is going to need to be balanced, so that we can live together in the same place and the same space. I think, I hope I answer your question, Mbak Septi. Thank you, Dr. Evelyn.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Riza. So can we now proceed to the next question from Miss or Mr. Resti Andita?
Okay, thanks, Miss. I would like I would like to seek advice on the cultivation and processing of organic fertilizer from Azolla pinnata in the context of greenhouse gas effect. Could you provide some tips or guidelines on the best practice for cultivating and processing of organic fertilizer to reduce the effect of greenhouse gas?
Okay, thank you, Miss Resti. So who would like to answer the question on the production of the, is it on the production of the biofertilizer?
Yeah, maybe I can also answer that.
Okay, go. Please.
Thank you, Resti, for the questions. Basically, if you, I don't know if you, we have a lot of papers and also research been out for the several days. For example, I read yesterday, reducing carbon footprint of agriculture is from MDPI. Can organic matters really improve carbon sequestration? That's its title. So the research shows us that the more we use the organic matters, we reduce carbon footprint, but not in a zero level. Actually, everything around us is made mostly from carbon, even us, right? So when you use like fertilizers that is from chemicals, of course, the synthetic pesticide adding a carbon cycle in the global aspect of ecosystem, and that is why the organic farming now has been shown that has more lower carbon footprint. When we say organic farming, meaning that you are not using any synthesized fertilizers. So when you create your organic biofertilizer, for example, actually you help reduce. But at what amount? Research always argued about how many you reduce. But scientifically, it is shown that it can reduce, but how much? It needs to be undergoing research, I think, and it it has already become a discussion over the years for how can we reduce the utility of this carbonic effect on our planet. People said like planting more trees, adding reduce carbon, but some of the trees, you know, like C3, C4, produce carbonic also, and carbon is necessary for the what we call it, the normal activity of our atmosphere. So basically, if we can strap it down, but Resti, on your question is that I can show, reading several papers that we know, we can say that if you use your bioorganic fertilizers, you reduce carbonic footprint in your surrounding, actually. I hope it answered the question. Thank you, Dr. Evelyn.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Riza. So our next question will be coming from Mrs. Riza.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, please go ahead, Mrs. Riza Rosita.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Bu Evelyn, and thank you to our presenter for your valuable presentation. So my question is same like I addressed to Dr. Nick before. Is there any chance among us to collaborate in BIONIC program? Because I need to lead BIONIC program itself, and it also in line with our regulation that science education also needs support from industry perspective. How is that? Would you give me an opinion about Dr. Riza and Mr. Bait? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bu Risa. If I understand the question correctly, you're addressing how if we can collaborate in BIONIC, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think in the short answer, yes, we can collaborate and create something. Because I think what you just said is that mostly understanding of what we in the agricultural aspect is going on, and then having this knowledge being educated to other people.
Yes.
I think if the question is in that kind of line, I think the answer is yes, we can collaborate.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Riza. I will call you later for that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you for the question, Miss Risa Rosita. Yes. Because we already in the same sector in agriculture. Maybe we can to collaborate the programs, and maybe we can talk more about the programs to specific what we will do the next collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Ms. Bakul and Dr. Riza. So unfortunately, we have come to the end of the session, and so for those whose questions were not heard or asked, you may just write it on the chat box, and I'm sure our speakers will be much willing to answer those questions even after the session, I suppose. Yeah, Dr. Riza and Mr. Ms. Bakul. So our students, participants are so interested to raise their questions, but unfortunately we are lacking time. So yes, please do write your questions on the chat box for dear participants. Okay, so yes, we do all agree that biodiversity is very important to humans because biodiversity is life. Whatever damages biodiversity also damages the human existence. Hence, it is everyone's responsibility to get involved in the conservation or preservation of biodiversity. And as such, we need to understand what factors affect or disturb this precious biodiversity and identify steps, strategies to protect what remains and restore or bring back, if possible, what was lost, and of course, minimize its decline. Hence, to save biodiversity from the mountain to the ocean, we need to identify and develop environmental pollution control or biotechnology and continue on doing it. Okay, thank you very much, our distinguished resource speakers, for sharing those valuable and noteworthy information with us. Indeed, these are necessary for Biotrope to achieve its vision to become a reputable center in enriching and promoting the real values of tropical biology in Southeast Asia. So with that, thank you all. Thank you, Director Zul and team.
Thank you, Bu
for making this webinar possible. So now I give back the virtual floor to the MC. Is it Miss Alia?
No, she is Amanda, my student.
Oh, sorry, Miss Amanda. So the floor is back to you, Miss Amanda. Thank you, our speakers, Dr. Riza and Mr. Misbakul.
Thank you so much to Dr. Evelyn too as a moderator, and thank you so much to the speakers that gave such an interesting informations. So now we would like to give you a certificate. First is for the speakers. So that's the certificate as our appreciation for our precious time. So thank you so much, everyone. So that's it for the second session for today. After this, we're going to the third session, but it will begin at 1 p.m. after the break for pray and lunch. And so please rejoin before at 1 p.m. because we're gonna start the third session after that. So thank you.
Okay, just confirmation that Prof. Abdul Munif, he will join us in third section after 1:40 p.m. Yeah, so we will make a longer for the section, third section. Yeah, thank you. We will see you all after we finish our lunch and break on 1 p.m. Thank you. See you later. Good afternoon to everyone. Welcome back to our next section. May I introduce myself? I'm Risa Rosita. I'm head section of Environmental Technology and Security. I will be your moderator. So now we have three presentators, our incredible presentators. They are Dr. Sukisman Citro Suemito from Seameo Biotrop, Dr. Agus Susanto from Indonesian Oil Palm Research Institute, Riset Perkebunan Nusantara RPN, and the third is Prof. Munif from Bogor Agricultural University, and he is also our affiliate scientist from Seameo Biotrop. So, IT, would you provide us our presenter CV? Okay, thank you. Yeah. Dr. Sukisman Citro Suemito. He is expert on agronomy, Faculty of Agricultural, University of Western Australia, Perth, Australia. He is our senior scientist in Seameo Biotrop. He took his master at Faculty of Agriculture University of the Philippines, Los Banos. So we have lots of Philippine participants here. And he took his doctoral from Faculty of Science and Technology, Kobe University, Japan. His experience are in 2006, he worked at structure of insect community in invasive plant species. Honestly, he is one of expert in invasive plant species and also in weeds. So everyone know him. And then he also studied about pest management at the silviculture in intensive area in Kalimantan, detection of high antioxidant plants using paraquat, invasive alien plant species in Indonesia with resistance to herbicides paraquat, biological control of Mimosa diplotrica, biological control of Chromolena odorata using Cecidocares conixa, yield of various Imperata ecotypes, management and biological control of Chromolena odorata in Indonesia, the effect of land cover change on carbon cycle and other environmental parameters. He also expert in biology, ecology, and control of water hyacinths. All right. And our second presenter is Dr. Agus Susanto. Would you provide me Dr. Susanto curriculum vitae? Dr. Susanto, CV. Okay, thank you. Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Agus Susanto. He is working on PPKS Bogor, Taman Kencana. So honestly, he is work with Dr. Riza at the same place. Or we call it as a PT Riset Perkebunan Nusantara, RPN. Or people call it as Indonesian Oil Palm Research Institute, IOPRA. His position is a senior researcher, and his experience and achievement are, would you, next. Okay, her bachelor education is at Gajah Mada University, and he took his master at Gajah Mada University and his doctoral in IPB University. And for our third presenter is Prof. Munif. Okay, honestly, Prof. Munif is lecturer in Bogor Agricultural University, and he is also one of our affiliate scientists in CMO Biotrop. So for those presentators, we only provide 20 minutes to present your slides for each all of you, and afterwards we will move into discussion session. So here I will be strict because we will make this section more longer. All right, because Prof. Munif will include in this section. Yeah. Okay, so for Dr. Sukisman, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will talk about this. Well, most of them is my experience. Please show me the slide. Yeah. Huh? Yeah.
Okay, sorry, we had a signal issue. So for Dr. Sukismine, time is yours.
Okay, I'm continuing. I was asked to talk about the integrated control of weeds and invasive alien plants. Yes, I'm affiliate scientist at Biotrop, but also member of the technical staff of the Indonesian Pesticide Commission. Okay, I will start with weed first. This weed definition is changing all the time. The first one is a little bit friendly because people are only saying that, look, wheat is only plants which grows in a wrong place. Doesn't mention about anything else. But the following ideas, the wheat is not only growing in the wrong place, but also would say disturbing or causing damage to the agricultural ecosystem. But then why that this is like that? Interfere to the activities. The second one is saying, look, this interfere because of its population. I mean, wheat population can grow into very high, predominantly institution where markedly distributed by men. But then finally the definition is more complete, is given by Dr. Navas in 1991. The wheat is a plant that form population that are able to enter habitat of cultivated, markedly distributed, or occupied by men, and potentially depress or displace the resident plant populations, which are deliberately cultivated by men, of course, or are of ecological and aesthetic interest. So in this final definition, it has 3 points which are important. The first one is that wheat can grow a big population. And then the second one, it will compete to the plant which are planted by human being. But what is the problem is that these plants are competing, and wheat has a population of so high in every unit of area. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. My voice is not good enough not to be heard by many. So I just saying that wheat has 3 important points or 3 important characters which are damaging to our agricultural ecosystem. First, that it is able to grow and become a very high population, and because of this high population, it will compete out the crops. See, it will compete out the crops, but also not only crops, but also other plants also which are usable to human being in terms of ecologically or aesthetically. Now, this in the past we talk about weeds, and which has been managed in the world by the IPPC, International Plant Protection Convention. But at the end of this 20th century, in 1987, experts are worrying about the fact that biodiversity is decreasing quite rapidly. And the experts organize themselves how we would like to, slow down the decreasing of the biodiversity. And then the people or the expert with all sorts of activities in Africa, in Nairobi, they decided to utilize another convention, not International Plant Protection Convention, but Convention on the Biological Diversity. The Convention on the Biological Diversity has three principles, that is conservation of biodiversity, sustainable use of biodiversity, and to have a fair or fair and what do you call it, fair and or recognize that biodiversity is very important for everyone. So the development of biodiversity, if it generates a benefit, it must be shared evenly. Oh, then in this CBD on this Convention on Biological Diversity, it has very important articles in there. That is article number 8 of H, saying that invasive alien species, which is called, which include animal, plant, and organism, are for everyone, for every country which has signed the agreement, as far as possible and as appropriate, should prevent the introduction of, control, or eradicate of these alien species which threaten ecosystem habitat and species. But most of those weeds, in fact, is also invasive alien species. So these two, these weeds and invasive alien species, are the same characters, damaging the agricultural ecosystem, but biodiversity reduction will damage not only this agricultural ecosystem, but also natural ecosystem. So even this WTO, that is the World Trade Organization, also recognize that wheat is considered as a pest, not only insect pests or diseases, organisms which are damaging this human being or the activities of human being is called pests. That will include weed or invasive alien species. So if you look at weeds around, weeds are not many. It's only about 0.1% of the plants in the world, from 250,000 plant species. In fact, only about 250 species, and yet it caused a lot of problem. Now, if we add up with this invasive alien plant species, the problem will be more. Now, there are also weeds which are not only similar to invasive alien plant species, but also local species can be weed also. And then also, plants are sometimes parasitic, and that can be also weed or become more poisonous. It's also weed is also dangerous one. Okay. Unjay. Yeah, I'm gonna say. Okay. If we have weeds, common weeds in our agricultural ecosystem, if we also aware of this invasive alien plant species, alien species will not always invasive, but most of them also very useful. But some also being invasive are not easily recognized, and people will call it as sleeper weeds. That's weeds which are still sleeping. So it means that if you have alien species, you have to be careful that this alien species may be invasive. In Indonesia, we have a lot of that. Some of these national park, we are importing plant from outer ecosystem, and when we import it, it has become sleeping weed. That is, in the national park, for example, it is still a common plant, but it has been creeping outside the national park, becoming a weed. Now definition of weed is changing now. The definition of weed not only confined to the agricultural ecosystem. There is plants that are negative impact atau negative socio-economic or environmental impact, threaten global food, because anyway wheat will reduce the production of food, then reduce the biodiversity, also ecosystem services, like in Gunung Gede in our forest here, a lot of landslide, also cause of flood and so on. But we might not be aware that invasive alien species can also affect your health. So you have to be active to prevent this. Now, this is just to give you an additional, topic of invasive species, but probably Wait a minute. Now, just skip this. I will talk about wheat first. Wheat in, I heard that there will be presenter from expert in oil palm. I think we'll be talking on this perennial crops, but I'm going to touch a bit only for the perennial crop, but I will talk about this annual crop. Okay, I will speed up. Now, okay, so this annual crops, this annual crop grows very fast, just like rice or corn. And it requires an environment which, as far as possible, as lowest as possible of this competition. This sometimes can be described like this. So in annual plants might be divided into 3 sections. This one is when plant is growing from the seed. It does not require additional nutrients or resources from the environment. And the second one is strongly competitive, expecting that the environment will provide this plant a lot of nutrients they needed. And then the third one develop into a technology of it to develop to generate this to develop the generation later on. This just to give you an example how this plant differs on this, they call it critical period. That's critical for competition. Now just that is approximately for this annual plant like this. But I will touch now to the invasive alien species. Look at this. This is a national park which is dominated by savanna. By nature, savanna is very susceptible to invasion of trees. And it happens that savanna is invaded by trees like this, called Basilia nilotica, and it blocks the growth of the grasses, and it affects the growth of herbivores living there. If you look at the invasion of these trees, you know, the trees is relatively higher than grasses. So grasses will be shaded out by these trees, and the shaded area is utilized better by plants growing with C3 plants. Now the C3 plants is benefited by the reduction of light intensity, also benefited from increasing carbon dioxide biodiversity. It is the opposite of the grasses. Grasses, when it is shaded, it will not enough sunlight, so will not be able to grow good enough, and the area will be invaded by this broadleaf weed. Now, this is the process. The area is invaded by trees like that. You can see underneath nothing can grow. And one which able to grow is broadleaf wheat. And when the area, the savanna, is invaded by something like that, you cannot see hardly this savanna. But look at this areas can be cleaned up. You know, the areas can be killed by herbicide, and some of the herbicide, like triclopar or Invecto-40, is able to kill this broadleaf wheat, leaving the grass intact. And I've got the data there that the concentration of herbicides which can be utilized to kill this broadleaf wheat without damaging grasses. So grasses is not damaged by this. This is very good because you utilize this herbicide to kill the plants, broadleaf plants or shrubs, but does not affect these grasses. And this BIOTROP is in fact trying to develop pest management practices to develop or to control this savanna, and we are working together with the Minister of Environment and Forestry. Hopefully we can materialize that soon. I think that's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Sukisman. So next for our presenter is Dr. Agus Susanto. Yeah. Okay, floor is yours, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, your voice is unclear.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. In this occasion, we would like to present my experience, especially in the oil palm in palm protection. Ladies and gentlemen, I think all participants agree with me that pests and diseases is the main constraint in the agriculture, not only in the beginning stage in the cultivation, but also in the post harvest. This is all of states can impact with pests and diseases. And I have more example. This is if we talk in oil palm plantation, we have facing a big problem with Ganoderma basal stem rot. This is the big problem not only in Indonesia but also in the Southeast Asia, including in the Malaysia and maybe in the Thailand. And you can see in the rubber community have main problem the disease, Pestalotiopsis, the leaf fall disease. And in the participant also I can see Pak Pujo Raharjo in the tea plantation facing the blaster blight and the caused against Exobacterium infection, the red rust, Emilia frastatrix. I think not only in the estate but also the all community. The pest and disease in the main constraint. If we look at the history, potato leaf blade can make impact the all country. Can make a migration from Europe to United States of America by Phytophthora infestan in the potato. This is the fact and no hoax that pest and disease make a big problem and very important. This is the example if we talk in the oil palm plantation, Ganoderma, the fungi, the soil-borne damage, and also pig losses, and can make a death in the palm, not only in the immature but also in the mature palm. This is a plantation that have a disease incident up to 80% population of the standing palm. This is very dangerous in the early plantation. Can attack the immature palm. 3 years age can attack this Ganoderma and make the big losses. Ladies and gentlemen, that make that plant pathologist. This is we make terminology the plant doctor, maybe the suitable terminology. This is very important, I think, in the agriculture. So the main task for plant pathologists, I think, is the first step is to diagnose, to determine causal pathogen, distribution, and the interaction. As you know, that to diagnose this disease in the early, usually using symptom or sign. This is a very simple and cheaper, maybe, but still high experience to do this diagnosis. And now can diagnose with molecular detection or molecular diagnosis. And the second task for plant pathologist, I think, is to do the controlling the disease or control measurement, preventive and curative approach. In the plant pathologist principle, we have a principle that accurate diagnosis makes the success for controlling of the disease. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a difference between plant pathologist or plant doctor with medicine doctor, because plant doctor are more difficult. There is no direction communication with the sample on the plant, and no mobility. This is, I think, the triangle interaction between plant pathologist, plant, or host, and the owner. So the big problem is access to consulting owner to the plant pathologist. But now there are internet, and to solve this problem by clinic application. This is very simple. I think it's, to solve this problem. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my experience to make application to have my work in consulting with the plantation farmer to diagnose this pests and diseases, especially in oil palm plantation. We have Dr. Sawit, we have calculator sawit, and so on to make a clinic. This is as a plant doctor. You can find in the Play Store and Apple Store. Ladies and gentlemen, this is experience and share that if we make a clinic application, this is the main problem is there are big gap between plant pathologist and IT programmer. This is a different knowledge between both. And the second is the plant pathologist very specific expertise. For example, that if we talk about wheat before, Pak Sukesman can talk about wheat and so on. So need more plant doctor or plant pathologist. This is a very complex to make a clinic that's very effective and efficient, of course. This is an example that's very specific. If we talk about the pest and disease in oil palm. So all states of oil palm facing pest and disease from root, stem, from leaf, from all of this part of oil palm can attack by pest and expertise and experience to control this pest and disease. The moderator, this is my conclusions. I think if we want to make application or clinic biodiversity, I think have a high possibility to success because I think we have benchmarking or example. For example, for medicine doctor, for human, we have Halodoc maybe, and this is still need specialist of plant pathologists. I think cannot replace with application. I think this is my presentation, and can discuss about this about application in the specific and especially the oil palm plantation. I think this presentation to Rosita. Thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Agus Susanto. So we move to our third presenter. He is Professor Abdul Munif from Bogor Agricultural University. Time is yours. Prof. Munif, are you there?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I would say to apologize that actually my presentation should be give this morning, but due to the miscommunication, I'm so sorry that I will give maybe a short presentation this afternoon. Ms. Rosita, can I present my screen because I cannot?
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Do you want to show your slides by yourself?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Dimatikan aja. Share screen sendiri.
Not yet.
Yeah. All right. There you go. Yes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to my presentation. The title of this presentation is Basic Principle. Yeah, Basic Principle, Concept, and Application of Plant Disease Control or Plant Disease Management. Yeah, I think this presentation should be this morning, but I just want to give a short presentation. We know that abiotic and biotic factors is the important constraint for the plant production. And so this is why we have to have some management or some program to protect our plant, to protect from the abiotic and biotic factors. Food and agricultural organizations state that why we have to concern to plant health, because plants are the source of air we breathe and also food we eat, but we often do not enough attention to keeping them healthy. And FAO estimated that up to 40% of food crop are lost due to plant pests and disease annually. So why we have to concern to our plant health, because yeah, more than 40% crop loss due to the plant pest. So plant protection management is very important. And what are the main goals of plant protection? In my opinion, that's the main goals of plant protection is how to maintain plant growth, development, and production in healthy state, and also to reduce the economic and aesthetic damage caused by pests and disease. And the third one is how to save yield loss due to the plant pests and disease. This is the important. And also the fourth one is the goals of plant protection also economically profitable, because farming a commodity plant is economically also profitable. And the one, and also how to minimize side effect for human, flora, ecology, and the environment that occur from plant protection. And these goals should be achieved through integrated plant pest and disease management. The important that plant pest and disease management, there are many paradigm shifts. The first one also that the approach of management of plant pest and disease is eradication, because plant pest disease becomes an object that must be eradicated until the population is zero. And this is impossible to achieve. So the second paradigm is we call to control, because in this paradigm, plant-pest disease become an object that must be controlled so that the population become low and not cause harm. And control and the control measure should be or more in reactive or responsive activity. So the third one is we call management. In this one, we believe that to to minimize the plant pest and disease, not only by eradication and control, but the new paradigm is how to propose by the management concept. By the management, it's the object not only to target of the disease or pest, but by disease management or by management, more not only in responsive, but more preventive or proactive, or we call preemptive. This is why management is one of the best approach for plant protection of disease management. And the fourth one is that the important thing is not only management, there's also integrated management. Integrated management, that means this approach more holistic and comprehensive, not only to reduce or to manage pest and disease only, but also how to manage environment, how to manage plant to be health, and also what is we call positive for his growth. This is the important. So the principle and method and management of plant disease, yes, we know that this is everybody know that the basic principle of plant pathology and how the interactions between host, pathogen, and environment. And the environment is a particularly important component of the disease triangle. Due to this principle, so the principle of plant disease management is not only address target pest and pathogen, it must also be able to manage plant health and agro ecosystem health, especially soil health, because what we call the disease outbreak occur is interaction between environment, host, and pathogen. There are 6 principles and 6 methods to manage plant disease. We call the first also resistance, exclusion, protection, eradication, avoidance, and therapy. And the method also, there are 6 methods. We call legislation, resistance, physical, cultural, and chemical. And the last one is biological method. Principle of plant disease, the first resistance. Resistance, that means this is very important. If we can, for the first, use the plant that have resistant varieties resulting from conventional and also advanced breeding or induction of resistant, because by using the resistant variety, this is the more cheap and the best principle in plant disease management. The second one we call exclusion. Exclusion, that means how to include pathogen from contact with plant. It is the principle number 2. And number 3, and we call protection. Protection, that means we have to protect our plant from infection that from pathogen that cause disease outbreak also. The fourth one is we call eradication of pathogen and reduction of inoculum from plant. And the fourth one, and because avoidance that means how to avoid plant from pathogen, and somehow some we call the sixth one, the sixth principle also we call therapy, healing of plant to have been infected with pathogen and disease. And the method of plant disease management, everybody knows there is six method in plant disease management. We call regulation and legislation, based statutory and regulation. This is the very important one. Also resistant by introduce and planting plant resistant. The third one is we call physical and mechanical. How to setting the physical environmental factor or mechanical means that not what is not favorable from the pathogen and pest. And the fourth one is the method we call technical culture. How to application the principle of plant cultivation method. So this is also very important and can be to reduce or to protect our plant from the plant and the pest and disease. And the fifth one, and we call chemistry, how to application the chemical synthesis for this control disease. And the sixth we call biology, or we call biological control. And it is the important how to apply the method in the field. This is we call the pyramid of disease management, how to apply the principle and how to prioritize control methods. The first also exclusion. Exclusion is the important one because if we successfully to apply this principle exclusion, so maybe we have to protect our plant or our ecosystem.
Your time is up. Your time is over.
Yeah, okay, thank you. This is the last was presentation. This is the principle how to manage plant disease. We call this is preemptive and responsive. Preemptive, that means resistant, exclusion, avoidance, and protection, and this is the responsive curative. Thank you very much for this short presentation.
Okay, thank you to Professor Abdul Munif, for your presentation. So now I will open the discussion session. So please state your name and your institution and inform us for which experts do you address your question. Please raise your hand if you want to ask question. Okay. In this room, offline, is there any question from this group? Okay, not yet. So, Mr. Apriansha? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
State your name, institution, and for which expert do you address your question?
First of all, I want to say thank you for the presentation or opportunity. My name is Apriansa. I am student at Pojong Pichung High School. I apologize in advance because my English is still bad. I have a question. What can we do in school to help care for biodiversity? Currently, we are planning the cultivation of azolla plants and also the cultivation of medicinal plants. So, what do you think, sir, about our plan? Thank you.
Okay, this is about plane. Maybe Prof. Abdul Munif, would you try to answer?
Thank you, Ibu Icha. Yes, I think this is the good point because our trend how to manage plant health. One of the best to manage the plant health. That means how to manage our plant protection and sustainability. Some of by what is maintain the biodiversity. Yeah, biodiversity is very important, and I think the one important thing to manage the plant health and also plant protection and sustainability. I think this good point. I think, yeah, the short answer.
Okay, thank you to Prof. Munif. Is there any? Yeah, Mr. Mahyudin, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for giving me time to ask my question. I think my question precise to Mr. Agus because I'm from oil palm plantation. I want to ask about how the effect of application of chemical herbicide in long run application because we know that using herbicide or chemical one of the way to reduce weed in plantation. So what is the effect to soil or to environment if we use it for long term? I mean chemical application to control the weed or pit or disease. Disease or pet and disease. Sorry, thank you. That's my question.
Okay, Dr. Agus, would you answer the question from Mr. Mahyudin?
Thank you, Pak Mahyudin. Pak Mahyudin, where are you come from?
I'm come from Jambi, sir.
Oh, Jambi, the large area of oil palm. I am also from Tanjung Jabung Barat, and I think the big impact of the long time of application of chemical, not only in pest as also the disease. So in the agriculture generally use a big volume of chemical, herbicide, pesticide, insecticide, and fungicide to control pest and disease and also the weed. And to decrease impact of this pesticide, plantation using concept integrated pest management. That's the position of chemical control in the last approach. So the first make biological control and so on. We have example that in the chemical for pests, this impact is very big because can kill the pollinating weevil. Cladidius cameronicus can decrease the population. So the fruit set of the oil palm also decrease and the production also decrease. This is very impact the chemical. This is the chemical. Also, if we talk about control disease, for example, leaf blight in the nursery can make resistance of the fungus. This is a effect. So and make more doses to control this disease. I think this is the impact of pesticide in the long time in the oil palm plantation. And remember integrated pest management concept, IPM or PHT. Thank you, Pak Mahyudin.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Agus. So we have one question for Dr. Sukisman. This is from Ibu Evelyn. So, good afternoon, research speakers. Is it really possible to eradicate the IS? Invasive alien species? Yes. Your time, Dr. Sukisman.
Thank you very much for the question. It is very difficult question to answer. Well, invasive alien plant species. Well, I'm restricting myself on the plant because invasive alien species will include also animals and microorganisms. But for myself, I will limit myself to the plants. Is this invasive alien species can be eradicated? So far, we have been trying a lot of ways to eradicate that. But those invasive alien plant species will always be there and come back again. Now, these invasive alien plant species, you may remember that the division of invasive alien plant species is the plants which comes from other ecosystem. This new ecosystem, it does not have balancing cross population. So it does not have, say, the pests or diseases against those invasive alien plant species. Otherwise, this invasive alien plant species will not grow there. It will be attacked by pests or diseases. So that is why we always have the problem of invasive alien plant species, because it does not have these natural enemies as other species, because it is living in a different ecosystem. If it were in the same ecosystem, it would have a lot of balancing equation, balancing population, or balancing growth. So it will have pest diseases and even competitors. So as far as I know, this invasive alien plant species will always be there, unless if we can, or unless if we do the management as good as possible. For example, we protect the environment from these invasive alien species. Once invasive alien species there, it will stay for a while. It will stay there. That's why the first priority is to protect the environment from being invaded by this invasive alien species. And then the second one, if somehow this invasive alien plant species comes there, you have to identify as quick as possible, and then you may you have to take rapid response as quick as possible to present this establishment. Once established, it is very difficult to eradicate. So we have big problems. See, like in Indonesia, we have been, baffled by the invasive alien species, such as or even teak plantation. If you consider the teak plantation, it comes there and it grows everywhere. In fact, the whole Java has been invaded by this teak plantation. And we have been harvesting that from time to time, but these ticks are still there. It's good for us because it can harvest this tick and get the benefit of it. And then again, the counter effect of that, people will grow and it is impossible to eradicate that. Probably this is my contribution for answering that. I believe my friends will contribute more on what I've been giving. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Sukisman. So we have one question on this floor from Hannah Aziza. Yes, Hannah, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. My name is Hana Azizal Sabila, and I'm from Universitas Brawijaya. I would like to ask to both of the speakers. So just now you were mentioning about the last management to weeds is on chemical control. But what if we already do the chemical control, but the weeds and the pests are still there? Is there any more management to conduct? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, the last question is also related to the weeds. So I will, from Mrs. Nelieta Bedoya from Mindanao State University, Pakistan. Yes. Good afternoon. In eradicating weeds using the chemical that was found to kill only the weeds but not other plant species, how effective was it to protect the other desirable plants? Is the effect short-term or long-term? Thank you.
I think I will answer the two questions.
Yeah,
The
two
first
questions
one,
for you.
Yes, the application of herbicide or chemical to weeds. It is very, very difficult to answer, but the problem is that weeds has a capability of evolution. Weeds has been with us for even before the Christmas time. Well, for example, in Middle East, in Iraq, for example, the problem of weed was there in 10,000 years before the Christmas time. And then, Rome people increased the way of controlling it not only by using, wooden sticks, but using the power of animals, for example. And in UK, they utilize tractors. In the United States, they utilize the chemical. Now the chemicals, the greatest problem of chemicals is also experienced by the United States, where herbicide has been discovered there. And the United is also experiencing the most problem of weed resistance. Why? Because weed has the power of evolution to avoid the people which been doing on this weed. So even if you use only mechanical control, weed will not disappear. It will still be there. And a very interesting one is this chemical, the stricter or the, the harsher or the stronger you control the weed, the faster this weed will form the resistance. So now we have a lot of problem with herbicide resistant of wheat, and this even in Indonesia we are also threatened by the possibility of being our wheat will resistant to wheat, resistant to herbicide. That is why, for example, in pesticide commission, they, for example, restrict the mixture of herbicides which are somehow have the same activities. It will speed up the development of this resistance. So this problem of herbicide resistance is become the first priority in Indonesia, even to prevent the wheat from becoming resistant to herbicide. Now, so my advice is do not apply herbicide, continuously, or do not apply herbicide in a mixture which have the same mode of action. If you do, then you will have problem with wheat resistant to herbicide. Now, the second one was
the second one was in eradicating weeds using the chemical.
Yes, okay. And eradicating the chemicals, of course, herbicides will kill not only intended or target weeds, but also will affect also other targets. The law is the same. If the non-target will receive the herbicide only once a time, it is okay. It doesn't matter. The plant will survive. But if the target plant will be sprayed with herbicide from time to time, against and against, I'm sure the target plant will become resistant. And that's depend upon the experience so far. The plant may be disappear in one location, but it will survive at the other place. So herbicide, while it is good in controlling this weed, it must be managed correctly. If it is not, and then the weed will be resistant. I think that's my advice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to Dr. Sukisman. So now is already 2:21 p.m. So I've already resumed those materials from our incredible speakers. So biodiversity is very important. That's why management and control of weeds and invasive alien species, pests and diseases need to learn, because those have negative social, economic, reduced biodiversity and ecosystem services. In controlling weed and invasive alien species, We also need to learn about critical periods on some annual crops. In managing and controlling pests and diseases, specialist plant pathologists is needed and cannot replace with application. Need to develop application to provide plant doctor service. More difficult if there is no direct communication and no mobility. Some of plant pathologist tasks are to diagnose, control, measurement, accurate diagnose by using molecular method. Having application possibility to success need to meet plant pathologists. Principle of plant disease management that we need to know are about resistance, exclusion, protection, eradication, avoidance, therapy, healing, or medication. So to build biodiversity clinic or BIONIC, at least we need the doctor, management control method, and tools such application. All right, so let's give applause to our incredible speakers in this afternoon session. Thank you to Dr. Sukisman, to Dr. Agus Susanto, and also Prof. Abdul Munif. So I will give next session to our MC.
Okay, thank you so
Siang Pak
much.
Sukisman.
Thank you so much for Dr.
Munif. Ya.
Sukisman.
Thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Agus, and thank you for Professor Abdul Munif for the sharing the precious time and giving us a lot of new informations. Also, thank you for Ma'am Icha as a moderator. Now we would like to give an online certificate first, and also there will be an offline certificate for those who attend this event. Now is for online certificate, we would like to give to Dr. Agus Susanto as presenter. Okay, thank you. And now we would like to give an offline certificate to Dr. Sukisman Citro Semito. And next, we would like to give the offline certificate to Dr. Supriyanto as the first session moderator. And last, we would like to give an offline certificate for Ibu Risa Rosita MSc as the third session moderator. Ma'am Wiwit, would you give the certificate? So ladies and gentlemen, the next session will be a focus group discussion. So please join the FGD with our breakout room. And the moderator of the FGD will be, for the first breakout room, it's Dr. Supriyanto for breakout room 1, and Dr. Romi Ardiansyah for breakout room 2, and Dr. Dewi Mustika Ningtyas for breakout room 3. We would like to invite you to the breakout room so you could accept that. And the topic is about how to build, manage, and maintain BIONIC or biodiversity clinic for sustainable life. So our operator is doing an invitation for the breakout room. You could just accept that.
I hope our experts are still joining with us in our focus group discussion, if you don't mind it. Thank you. First group is in Jati room, second group is in Canary room, and third group is in studio. Yeah. 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 Ini mana ya? Aku masih pengen. Nanti ketik atau ini belum, ini lagi proses dulu. Ini lagi diminta internet. Oh oke, ini lagi proses. Soalnya satu-satu kan. Udah ada itu nih. Disebutkan itu. Ini. Oh ya, tugasnya. Tapi ibu mau dimasukin teman saya, ibu belum dimasukin karena tadi. Ibu tadi kan bilang mau dimasukin, makanya nggak masukin. So in breakout room 1, we have Dr. Supriyanto, Dr. Evelyn, and Prof. Abdul Munif. Breakout room 2, we have Dr. Romi Ardiansyah, Dr. Nik Ahmad, Miss Batul Bait. And breakout room 3, we have Dr. Dewi Mustika Ningtyas, Dr. Riza Arif, Dr. Agus Susanto, and Dr. Sukisman. Yang ketiga di studio di bawah, atau ya udah di sini aja, switch aja nggak apa-apa, di sini aja bareng Pak Taufik. Ya. Satu di Jati.
of the biodiversity clinics and what we would like to have in this in the biodiversity clinic. So please.
Oke. Aku udah belum masuk ya?
No, yeah, you can talk in here if you.
Oh, di mana? Ya udah, ayo. Soalnya nanti aku mau bayar. Oke. So, can you hear my voice, Dr. Susanto? Okay, yeah. So we sit here together is to talk about how if we want to build, manage, and maintain the biodiversity clinic. So based on your presentation, we need the doctor pathologist, and from Dr. Abdul Munif, we need such a management and control procedure, how to diagnose, ya kan? And then how to maintain the biodiversity clinic. So just imagine if you want to create the BIONIC from this group, what you gonna do from the first step, and then in building and managing and then maintaining. That's all we want to produce from this FGD.
Biodiversity or and visiting this biodiversity clinic.
Yeah. Okay. So in CMEO Biotech, we have some laboratories such as biotechnology lab, entomology lab, phytopathology lab, biosystem landscape management lab, and also DIS lab. So if we need to develop our clinic by inviting other speakers outside CMEO Biotech, or we just use the expertise from CMEO Biotech. So we need to discuss.
Saya masih bingung loh.
Poinnya itu Pak, biodiversitas kliniknya kita ini nantinya mau seperti apa gitu? Apa kalau tadi kan hanya only farm clinic gitu kan? So if in biodiversity clinic, do we need to involve plant or pest or maybe fish? Yeah, it can be larger than farm clinic or yeah.
So maybe Dr. Santos, we actually would like to develop the biodiversity clinic because biodiversity is not only plants, it also includes the animals. So it will come from not only from territorial, but also even from aquatic. So this development should be not directly at the time the whole things together, the whole things in one time. So maybe and in this discussion we can maybe just focus on these terrestrial things. Maybe we can focus on the plants, maybe, or we go to focus on the animals, maybe, or we go to focus on pets. Because in the clinic, like what we got from your presentation, I think mostly is it specific to all farms? So we know what is the problems of all farms. We know what kind of pests, what kind of disease on the farms, and we know what we will do after they got the how to say the disease, after they got the infections. So we can have the expert system in there. So we just maybe or we can use the IT. We can just take a picture. Then we know what will we do just based on the picture. So the system will be reached and something like that. So maybe in this group we can really redefine, we refine everything. Maybe start focusing one how to say it? Start to focus in one things, or we go to focus maybe separate things or something like that, or maybe we know about the palm oil is already there, or maybe we go to the agriculture products, maybe like maybe the rice, or maybe go to something else. Yeah, so maybe we can discuss, and if we yeah go to the maybe go to the culture, but how we build them, but how we build, or what kind, where we have to start actually. That's maybe we have to discuss it. And after that, what to maintain them, what to manage them, and everything. That's maybe. Yeah, hope it's good. Help the explanation.
And if we don't have many experts in CMU Biotrop, do we need to collaborate, yes, with others institution in Southeast Asia or not? Yeah, I think so like that. So maybe we need to decide.
So, talk about animal, talk about plant, talk about fungus, maybe. So the scope of this our area, this BIONIC, this biodiversity based on location or based on the other the else habitat of the so very good. So from initial we talk about organism, we can choose plant and divide it with and invasive alien. So can make in complete information masing-masing itu gitu. Yang lain dong mungkin.
Yeah, okay. So this is great. Yeah, we actually would like to know what kind of the yeah, get some inputs, like what kind of things that we can be focused on, because like today we have talked like about
So good afternoon for the audience. Welcome back. For the audience that has already doing the group discussion, and now we move into the first presentation result from the focus group discussion. So for the first is from breakout room 1 with the moderators Dr. Supriyanto. Okay, so we next into the second group from the breakout room 2, Dr. Romi. So Dr. Romi, the time is yours.
Okay, so thank you very much. Is still anyone in there? Yeah. Okay. Oh, hello, Bu Evelyn. How are you? Yep. Okay. So yeah, I will try to give some information that what we have discussed in the group 2, in the second group. Yeah, it's quite helpful actually because we have some inputs about how we really develop this, from where, which focus, and what we have to do. We also have discussed about that. So maybe you can go down. Oh yeah, for first, my name is Romi Ardiansyah. You can call me Romi. Here I am a head of section of environmental finance and risk management, but actually I'm not really working on finance. And I am a biotechnologist, or you can call me like a molecular biologist. Yes. So this is the some summary actually. Actually, I have a lot of things that really I really wrote down, but this is some the summaries that I can have from the discussion. First, maybe the BIONIC, because it's a biodiversity clinic, so it can be focused on the plant, pest, and disease. Because actually, when we talk about BIONIC, I was talking about there is a application in Indonesia, we call it Halodoc, when we can find the doctor in there. If we have any diseases or any problem in our body, we can discuss in that application. So we hope also BIONIC will be like that. But it is focused on the plants, so we are focusing really plants because biodiversity is actually broad. It's from the plants. We also have some bacteria. We also have some animals and etc. Because it's to focus to broad. So we are focusing on the plants, and we also have. So in the discussion, we start to go to maybe it's also can be based on the commodities. Because plants, it can be divided some like to be crops, horticulture, or plantations. Like for example, we discussed most about the palm oil. Maybe it can go to several problems in what happens to the palm oils. Maybe it can go to the weeds, or we can go to the diseases or pests, and it will be directed to the experts directly. So there will be some how to say, like some recommendation from expert. What will we do with that problems? How will we solve the problems? And the seconds, maybe this can be implemented based on the expertise which Biotrop has, because the BIONIC is also a development Biotrop, so it's maybe can be developed based on the expertise by the Biotrop. And it's not only from the expertise which Biotrop has, maybe it also can have another collaboration with other experts in Southeast Asia actually. So there is maybe in Biotrop we don't really have it, but we have it some link to others expertise that really working together in BIONIC. So it can be work in the BIONIC. So this BIONIC also can be used as a learning prototype for students. This actually we got it from the a teacher from vocational high school in Panchet, because she was working on it and she used it to be the learning for the students in that schools, in the vocational high schools, and like they write down what kind of the description of the diseases, what are the symptoms, what kind of symptoms, what kind of description, and then they work together with the IT teams and they make it to be the like the interface, yeah, something like that. And BIONIC is also can be used as the consultation services. So in this, like what I told before, but the HaloDoc, we can really direct go to the experts, who the experts that really have, we can talk really interactive talking, maybe not really talking literally talking. I mean, like maybe just by typing, and then maybe the experts can direct give the solutions. Maybe you can do this or you can do that, and maybe it's work, maybe it's not really working, something like that. So that's maybe can so it's right then by utilizing information technology. So because we know today's we really use this information technology, we really depends on it. And the last one, this actually also one of the inputs is like, it would be great if BIONIC would also be developed to become to introduce the Southeast Asia biodiversity. So it's not only like just a clinic, it's not only based on the pest and diseases, but it's also going to the what I said, maybe we know these plants, the name is this, and the distribution in these countries, and maybe they also have the products. You know, sometimes some plants have their products, have their own characteristic. Maybe that's can be used to introduce what are the biodiversities that Southeast Asia has. Maybe what the results to the summaries from this group 2. Yes, first I thank you very much for the group 2 for the active discussions. So thank you very much.
So thank you so much for Dr. Romi for the presentation from breakout room 2. So for the next presentation will be the group 3 from breakout room 3. So the presenter is from Dr. Dewi.
Okay, thank you.
The time is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the time. I will try to extract our discussion this afternoon about design of biodiversity clinic, BIONIC. Yeah, please, slide. Okay. Structure of BIONIC. We have a part of BIONIC include management, that is have policy support, collaboration, and networking. Also administration. In the management have a role, policy support, collaboration, networking, and administration. And then second part is a division, where in the division include expert in some of field, and there are references according to research and innovation from member or of division, and then the solution, the same as we consultation with a doctor. Also there is a solution or medicine, yeah. So I think in the BIONIC menyediakan ya, there are product of research ya, pesticide or technology models or formula, etc. And the target of BIONIC of farmers, can researchers, student, or practitioner, or also teacher and lecturer. Okay, next. According to our discussion, we try to make 5 divisions. There are biodiversity education, it is provide education about biodiversity, especially in the Southeast Asian region, and then prevention of plant disease and pests with the target of student and the public. And also second division is plant disease. Yeah, they have role of diagnose or identify disease that attach plant from their symptom and how to deal with them in the form of consultation. And third division is pest control. They have a role of diagnose plant problem based on the pests that attach the plant themselves, as in from the symptom and also how to deal with them in the form of consultation. And also fourth division is habitat management conservation. In the division have a rule for multiply plant species, yeah, using both soil or non-soil media. And then please, the next slide. Yeah. Sorry. Before. Yeah. Fifth division is community awareness division. In this division, have the goal to protect and manage natural habitat and areas important for biodiversity. This division consists of conservationists, habitat manager, and researcher. And then the flowchart of 5 division. Okay, next slide. Next slide, yeah. Okay. Oh, nggak muncul. I think enough from my team, yeah. So we have five division to give idea for suggestion from our team. Thank you.
Sorry for the presentation. It shows the content because before it doesn't show the content. So please represent it again.
Okay, I continue my presentation.
Yes.
Okay, flowchart bionic division. There are five division. Yeah. First division, biodiversity education. We can do provide education about the biodiversity, disease, and plant pests. There are target is student and society. And in plant disease division, the form of division is consultation about diagnose and identifying plant disease, and then try to get prevention. And next, pest control division, the same as before division. The form of a division is consultation for diagnose and identifying pests attached and get prevention. And then fourth division is habitat management conservation. And there we do education about plant propagation, both soil media and non-soil media. And the last division is community awareness division, is outreach to the community for protect and manage natural habitat. And in this division consists of conservationists, habitat manager, and researchers. Okay, thank you. I think enough from my team. Come to MC.
Thank you, Dr. Dewi, for the presentation. So we're moving into the next presentation from the breakout room 1. It will be given by Dr. Supriyanto. The time is yours.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is quite simple in my breakout room number 1, the presentation, because we are more focusing to the papers that we presented by the by the presenter from different university. Most of them are focusing in the integrated pest management, consulting about the IPM especially. But the topics of this BIONIC is concerned with biodiversity. Okay, so we try to do our best in the break room number 1, yeah. And there is some issues about the biodiversity sustainability is important in the human life, because biodiversity gives the benefit to everyone in different aspects of life. So this is the important why we have to conserve the biodiversity, and we have to maintain, or maybe to make better of their real value of tropical biology. And then the second one, there's another issue, the facts, the IPM or integrated pest management, which is used for protecting food source in different ways. So the farmers, for example, they use the pesticide for protecting the biodiversity, the plants, for having the good production, something like that. And then what they goal to minimize the yield loss due to biotic and abiotic factors, but the use of pesticide could decrease their biodiversity, especially of flora and fauna. So this is the opposite things, contradictory, that we would like to increase the production, but in the meantime also decrease the biodiversity. And disease can be from above ground and below ground. But now the IPM is changing the concept in agriculture process by considering the minimum risk to human being and environment, as well as for economically justified. Economically justified is very important because the price of the pesticides are increasing, and it is a good opportunities for the farmers that are for maybe less destruction in with control, something like that. So the biodiversity may increase, but in other aspect also maybe become something economically not important for the farmers. Yeah? So therefore, we have to make the calculation that any techniques used in the IPM must be economically justified. The farmer needs a media for consulting the effects of pest control on biodiversity and conservation. So that's why the BIONIC is needed. As Dr. Romi said, that is kind of hello dog, something like that in Indonesia. And then the second one, the challenge of clinic management or BIONIC management. First, to have first the clinic must provide the training to all pesticide users. Yeah. So that's why the pesticide users must be trained, because there is a biodiversity conservation. With regard to their education level, the farmer doesn't have the same level of education. They must be trained in different ways for their understanding on the utilization of pesticide, because in this because the pesticide has the effects on the biodiversity, so that's why in this case the biodiversity conservation also is needed. And then the second one, technical support and resources from governments is also important for having the access and tool and collaboration, as well as the technical aspect in developing some that's the BIONIC aspect, something like that. And then the farmer empowerment, it is very, very important in biodiversity conservation. First, about the practice of overcoming the resistance of the change. Some farmers is quite difficult to change. Yeah, their practice and in agriculture, they just follow their parents, their grandparents, something like that, and pest control, or maybe malpractice and the utilization of the pesticide. So in this case, it is needed for farmer empowerment in the practice of the using the pesticide, using the pest control for having good biodiversity conservation. Therefore, demonstration and participation among the farmers are needed to empower them, because sometimes the storytelling is not so clear, and then they need to demonstrate about their biodiversity conservation, pest control, as well as the other thing. And then farmer must be involved in the decision making. So for example, farmer discussion, group discussion, because now, say for example in Sulawesi, there is a group of farmers who has the ability to involve in conserving the orchid, wild orchid in Sulawesi. So wild orchid become very important and could also improve the farmers' prosperity, because they can sell also the others biodiversity of the orchid. Yeah. And then this is the important one: balance control in pest management with regard to their natures, environment, and plant condition. So careful about the utilization of pesticide. Sorry about this one. Okay, but in this case, well, it is very important because we have to see their condition. The next, please. The last one, future prospect of biodiversity clinic. Yeah, first, as a policy support, yeah, and regulation, etc. So this what do you call it, the prospect of the BIONIC, also we can support the government to give some input, to support the others policies, something like that. And also we need the policy support from them. Yeah, it is for BIONIC. And then the second one, research and innovation with regard to the IPM and biodiversity conservation principle in the future, as well as for the alien species. So research and innovation on the biodiversity conservation, consultation, etc. is needed, yeah, especially when we facing to the use of the pesticide. The third one, recognition and incentive system in sustainable agriculture initiative must be promoted, especially for the farmers who practice good agriculture practices for biodiversity conservation. So we have to give some incentive to them. And then the fourth one, please move. Yeah. The fourth one, collaboration and knowledge sharing among the research institutions, companies, farmers to support BIONIC is needed. Yeah. Because we cannot work alone. BIONIC cannot work alone. They have to cooperate with the others. The fifth one, adapting to new technology in IT for developing the application. Say Dr. Romi said about the Hello Doc, we can develop on this one. Yeah. And then the second one, or the last one, promotion of biopesticide must be encouraged to save the biodiversity and to increase the productivity. So it is important to minimize the chemical pesticide, the damage of chemical pesticide to the biodiversity. That's all what we would like to present from the group one. Thank you very much to the members of the group 1 or break room 1. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Supriyanto, for the presentation, and also thank you for everyone who participated at the focus group discussion for today. Finally, we have reached the last session. So for the next agenda is the closing remarks from Ibu Risa Rosita,
Coba.
the coordinator of webinar.
All right, now we're moving to our closing remarks. Respected affiliate scientists, Dr. Supriyanto and Dr. Sukisman, head sections, staff of Seameo Biotrop, committee, moderators, and participants. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor for me to be here on the occasion of the official closing of the regional webinar Biodiversity Clinic for Our Sustainable Life. I'm, as the webinar coordinator, would like to express my deep gratitude to our research persons, moderators, committee, participants, and others who collaborate and participate in this event. Thank you for your input, your idea. For us, this webinar wouldn't have been successful without them. Hopefully, this webinar can be useful for all of us, and there will be many opportunities to collaborate with you in the future with us, Seameo Biotrop. Have a good time ahead to you all, and see you later. Thank you very much for your participating in this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Risa Rosita, for the closing remarks. Well, that's wrap up for program today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has been our pleasure to host this event. I wish you all a pleasant day. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for your attendance to this webinar. And see you in the next time event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu semua. Thank you Bapak Ibu. Thank you Ibu.
Mohon izin keluar.
Bu Nani dari 57.
Congratulations, Bu Cha and team.
Thank you Ibu Evelyn from the
All the
Philippines.
moderators and resource speakers.
Thank you. Thank you very much from the Philippines.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Hi, Victor. How are you?
MMS US from Malaysia.
Hi Dok Risa, thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
Bye, see you next time.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, bye. Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Thank
Have a
you.
nice day.
Assalamualaikum.